So if the kazoo section over here for Atlanta Derby is taking requests, if you could do Careless Whisper, I'd be totally down for that. And if you don't know what that is, Google it. Gear check. Line up for gear check. All right, Mega Pickle, are we ready? All right, who's ready for some roller derby? And we're off. And Atlanta finds a hole on the outside, getting your lead jam to start off with, number 10. Direction called against the Atlanta blocker. Atlanta down one block. No points scored on that jam, but a good lead jam start for Atlanta. All right, Atlanta down one blocker at the beginning of the jam. Still a mayhem on the line for Atlanta Jammer. But the Killer Bees lead jam goes to number 05, Barbie Basher. Bees sending one blocker to the penalty box. Excellent recycle by Atlanta. Destruction of pack called on the Killer Bees. Killer Bees down two blockers at the beginning of the jam, but 4 points put on the board for Kalamazoo. And Kalamazoo powers through for your lead jam. Courtesy of Mexican Takeout. Oh! Putting 4 points on the board is Mexican Takeout. Nope, correction. That is to Atlanta. Eight 1-2 finds a hole on the inside. Rotten Peach with your lead jam. Atlanta sending a blocker to the penalty box. Excellent recycle by Kalamazoo. And nice spinny spin on the inside of turn 2. Four points on the board for Atlanta as Kalamazoo sends their pivot to the penalty box. Kalamazoo responds with 4 more points. And excellent recycle. Barbie Basher doing some work on Atlanta Jammer off of turn 4. Four more points on the board for Atlanta. 3 more for Kalamazoo. Current score 16 Atlanta, 15 Kalamazoo. Both teams down one blocker. And Kalamazoo finds a hole, getting your lead jam. And Kalamazoo calls it. And Kalamazoo finds a hole on the outside, getting your lead jam. Courtesy of Mexican Takeout. Kalamazoo blockers doing a great job on Atlanta jammer. And Kalamazoo with the fancy spins on the inside, putting 4 more on the board. Eight-point jam for Kalamazoo, 23-16 Kalamazoo. Both teams now at full strength. And Kalamazoo getting through. Barbie Basher. Kalamazoo sending a blocker to the penalty box for a high block. Oh, doctor. And Kalamazoo calls it. Another big shout out to our track maintenance team. Because having skated before, nothing's more fun than getting ropes caught in your wheel. Excellent blocking by Atlanta just off the jammer line. Atlanta's jammer finds a hole on the outside. Lead jam Atlanta, courtesy of Stella Mayhem. Direction called on Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo down 1 blocker. Atlanta putting 4 more on the board. 8-point jam Atlanta, 27-24 Kalamazoo. That looks like Killer Queen at the line for Atlanta. Back block called on Atlanta. Power jam for Kalamazoo. Four more points on the board for the Bees. .12-point jam for Barbie Basher. Successful cover pass for Atlanta. And that's the jam. Big round of applause for the Killer Bees. 16-point jam. 43-24. Kalamazoo lead. Excellent blocking. Atlanta with your lead jam. Rainbow Smash gets through. Wash jam, but still excellent effort. Atlanta Jammer doing some work on Kalamazoo blockers, getting your lead jam. Courtesy of Stella Mayhem as Kalamazoo sends a blocker to the penalty box. Back block called. And that's going to Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo down, 2 blockers. Atlanta sending a blocker to the penalty box. More points on the board for Atlanta. Calls it before Death Rose can get any points. 14-point jam for Atlanta. Atlanta down 1 blocker at the start of the jam. Kalamazoo finds a hole, gets your lead jam. His multiplayer block is called against Kalamazoo pivot. So I'm going to do a call out on Berminator, just like Kalamazoo Jammer coming in, runs right into her, and just, huh? What? Just like, did you need something? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Kalamazoo finds a hole on the inside, getting your lead jam. Cut track called. And that's on Atlanta Jammer. Kalamazoo has a power jam. Excellent sweep by Kalamazoo up at turn 2. 4 points on the board. And boom goes the dynamite. 4 more points on the board. High block called on Kalamazoo. And Atlanta Jammer out of the penalty box through the initial pass as Kalamazoo calls it. 4 more points on the board. 12-point jam as an official timeout is called. So let's give a big round of applause for both teams. This has been a great game so far, and we still got about 15 minutes left in this half. Are you two having an interpretive dance-off? Because if so, I want to compete. You do know I choreographed Magic Mike, right? I mean, yeah. I know, it's unbelievable, but totally did. They were just like, we need the sweetest moves ever, and I'm just like, okay, I got this. Listen, he didn't suck that bad, all right? I mean, if I gave him the full thing, then, that movie would have gotten a way different rating. Got to do it for the children. Well, the one about the teddy bear that came out that year certainly wasn't for the kids. All right, and we're back and ready to go. Kalamazoo down 1 blocker at the start of the jam. Current score is 55-38. And Kalamazoo finds a hole on the outside, getting your lead jam. Barbie Basher with the lead going up against Rotten Peach. Forearm call. And that's going to make this a power jam for Atlanta with 4 points on the board. Excellent blocking by Kalamazoo. As Kalamazoo Jammer back in play, but a strong tripod off a turn 2. Atlanta with 4 on the board. Kalamazoo responding with 4 more. Four more points on the board for Kalamazoo. And 4 more. Rotten Peach with the high-scoring game of the James so far. 20 points. Timeout called. Timeout called by Kalamazoo. All right, timeout is done. Kalamazoo down 2 blockers at the start of the jam. Atlanta down 1. Excellent recycle by Kalamazoo. And just barely Kalamazoo with your lead jam. Big round of applause for Atlanta right on the heels of Kalamazoo making the force call. Rainbow smash out there for Atlanta. Going against Barbie Basher. Barbie with your lead jam. No pass, no penalty on Atlanta Jammer. Stella Mayhem out there for Atlanta. And Mexican Takeout with your lead jam. Mexican goes into the wall, puts 1 point on the board for Kalamazoo. And Atlanta with your lead jam. Courtesy of Dread Robin. Think that's the first time they've been out on the jammer line. And gets the cut track, making this a power jam for Barbie Basher. And a forearm called on Kalamazoo Jammer. We're going the whole 2 minutes. as Dread Robin is back. Ooh, big block by Kalamazoo off of turn one. Barbie building 4 on the board for Kalamazoo. Excellent defense by both teams. Cut track on Dread Robin. Kalamazoo has a power jam. Timeout called by Atlanta. Big round of applause for our medics as they check out our skaters, making sure everyone stays safe and healthy. Official timeout being called. Big round of applause for Dread. All right, 84-61. Kalamazoo with the lead. 7.5 minutes left in this half. And Kalamazoo gets a power start on this one. Excellent recycle. And lead jam to Kalamazoo. Rainbow smash out there for Atlanta. And boom goes the dynamite. Kalamazoo calls it. 3 points on the board. Kalamazoo with your lead. Oh! Three points on the board for Kalamazoo. Atlanta down 2 blockers. Kalamazoo with their lead jam, courtesy of Barbie Basher. Kalamazoo gets the points and calls it 3 on the board. Kalamazoo, 3 jam run on lead. And Kalamazoo calls it after getting 4 on the board. Just under 4 minutes left in this half. 97 Kalamazoo, 61. No, correction, 98 Kalamazoo, 61 Atlanta. Direction called on Atlanta as Kalamazoo gets your lead. And this is going to be a power jam for Atlanta as Kalamazoo goes to the penalty box, going the whole 2 minutes. Big round of applause to Kalamazoo on the penalty kill, holding the Atlanta jammer while their jammer gets their time in. But we will be going the whole 2 minutes. Oh. Okay, no pass, no penalty on that one. And Verminator with the successful cover pass gets through the initial pass. Hands up for Verminator, not quitting during any part of that jam. Official review is being called by Atlanta. Just over a minute left in this half. So a reminder, we do have plenty of merch for sale as well as snacks and other food during the halftime. So be sure to check that out. All right, that official review was just used as a timeout, just to recenter everybody. All right, Kalamazoo 106 to Atlanta 61. But a lot can change in the second half, if we've seen at many JRDA tournaments. Kalamazoo with your lead jam. And Atlanta staying alive off of turn 2. Calls the jam. 4 points on the board. And Atlanta with their lead jam. Low block called on Dread Robin for Atlanta. As Kalamazoo finds a hole on the inside through the initial pass. And Atlanta gets it. 4 points on the board. All right, that is the official end of this half. Unofficial score, 110 Kalamazoo, 69 Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. We'll be back in 15 minutes. So during halftime, I checked out the penalty track. Both teams pretty similar. So usually when there's a big lead and there's one team is heavy penalties than the other, that really starts to translate in the second half. But so far, great clean game. The refs are catching as much as you possibly can. But if you think you can do better, ref jerseys are only $15 at any sporting goods place in the country, and I guarantee you it's not as much fun as it looks like out here. Yeah, but being the ref, I was talking to Mega Pickle, being a ref, it's like you're working at the DMV, except you can't really inconvenience anyone. You can't go on a break. You just get, the like mental trauma. That's pretty much all you get from it. Like the moment I put on the ref uniform, I'm just like, I want my self-esteem to be shattered by the end of this day. And with that, we're ready for round two. Princess Layout for Kalamazoo going against Stella Mayhem for Atlanta. Princess with your lead jam. And a forearm called on Atlanta, making this a power jam for Kalamazoo. Finding a hole on the inside, putting 4 on the board, Kalamazoo. Jammer calls it. 2 more on the board. Excellent blocking off the line by both teams. Killer Queen doing some work on Kalamazoo Jammer just off the pivot. And Atlanta gets your lead jam. Eight points on the board for Rainbow Smash so far. And a back block called on Atlanta Jammer. Power jam for Kalamazoo. Finds a hole on the inside. Excellent work by On Death Rose. Three more points on the board for Atlanta. 3-point game by Atlanta. And boom goes the dynamite. Lead jam. Mexican takeout. Forearm called on Mexican takeout, making this a power jam. Dread Robin jamming for Atlanta. And there was a successful cover pass off to Rotten Peach, but Rotten Peach going to the penalty box. Kalamazoo still enjoying a power jam. Nice work by Rotten Peach. $16-point jam by Kalamazoo Killer Bees at 152 to Atlanta's 80. 23 minutes left in this game. And Atlanta doing some work getting your lead jam courtesy of Stella Mayhem. Kalamazoo finds a hole on the inside, gets through, putting 4 on the board. High block called on Kalamazoo blocker. 8-point jam to 4-point jam, net 8 for Kalamazoo Killer Bees. Lead jam for Kalamazoo. Mexican takeout. Rainbow smash coming through. Official timeout being called. So something I want to bring up while we have this official timeout, not only are we seeing amazing athleticism on both sides of this track, we're also seeing a lot of very healthy competition in the whole thing. Like, we have big hits, some clean, some questionable, but the important thing is afterwards they're laughing together, shaking hands, hugging, possibly a dance-off later, and that's what's healthy, because we're all here to have fun. And when you're teaching these young athletes that you don't have to be super aggressive to be competitive, that's just something I think will pay off not only for JRD, but is already paying dividends for WFTDA. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. All right, and we're back. Barbie Basher with your lead jam for Kalamazoo. Excellent recycle by Kalamazoo, bringing the Atlanta Jammer back behind the pivot line. And Ron Beach responding in kind, recycling Kalamazoo Jammer. And a cut track on Atlanta Jammer, making this a power jam. Excellent sweep by Kalamazoo just off of turn 3. And Gorticia Adams threw the initial pass. First time I've seen them on the Jammer line in this half, I believe. Atlanta finds a hole on the outside. Lead jam. Atlanta sending a blocker to the penalty box, sending 2 blockers to the penalty box. Direction called on Atlanta blocker. Atlanta. So Atlanta with 3 blockers to the penalty box, but you can only see 2 at a time. So yeah, there's a lot going on right now. So official timeout, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, let's do an official timeout. And we're back. And Atlanta gets your lead jam courtesy of Rotten Peaches. Kalamazoo and Atlanta sending a blocker to the penalty box. Kalamazoo sending 2 to the penalty box. Four points on the board for Kalamazoo. Low block on Atlanta blocker. And 4 points on the board for Rotten Peach. Kalamazoo sending a blocker to the penalty box. And Atlanta sending their jammer to the penalty box. And that's the jam. Lead jam going to Kalamazoo, enjoying a power start. Excellent work by Kalamazoo. Killer Queen going to the penalty box. Official timeout being called. All right, so penalty box attendance. I have a question for you. Are you giving out free candy? Okay, because last 2 jams have been like I'm just wondering, did you bring enough for the whole class? I mean, why wouldn't they? But I mean, you're saying this, but I know there's a box of like ho-hos over there somewhere. Hold on, she said puppies. You're saying puppy. She's saying puppies, plural. What type of puppies are they? Well, the secret's getting out. I mean, you've had enough visitors. Yeah, there are no puppies. Wink. Okay, enough of my shenanigans. Oh, hey, there's derby stuff happening. Let's please give a big round of applause for both teams out here. It has been a long game. And there have been a lot of 2-minute jams. High block called on Kalamazoo. And Atlanta gets your lead jam, courtesy of Rainbow Smash. Atlanta calls it. No points scored on that jam, but an excellent jam by Atlanta. Excellent tripod by Kalamazoo, but Atlanta with your lead jam, courtesy of Stella Mayhem. Mexican takeout out of the pack. As Kalamazoo and Atlanta send blockers to the penalty box. Oh, nice tippy toe work by Stella off of turn one, staying in play. 4 points each. Wash jam, but excellent jam all the same. Official review being called by Kalamazoo. Oh, sorry. Official timeout. This is a test. Had there been an actual official review, you would have seen different hand signs. We were checking to make sure you were listening. So once this game's over, be sure to stick around for Walton versus FoCo. Both teams down one blocker at the beginning. Kalamazoo powering through for your lead jam. Excellent walls by Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo calls it, but puts 4 on the board. Current score 210 to 99. Kalamazoo. 12 and a half minutes left in this game. Lead jam Atlanta. Courtesy of Gorticia Adams. Mexican takeout through the initial pass. Three-points on the board for Atlanta on that one. 2 for Kalamazoo. Net 1 for Atlanta. Kalamazoo, forearm. Power jam Atlanta. And Atlanta calls it. 4 more points. Eight-point jam for Atlanta on that one. Really? Now you're saying it's glitter? Relax. 8.5 minutes left in this game. Barbie Basher versus Stella Mayhem. Atlanta with your lead jam. Kalamazoo sending the jammer to the penalty box. Power jam for Atlanta. Forearm called on Atlanta blocker. And yes, Kalamazoo almost gets the full recycle, but excellent blocking off a turn 2. Direction call going on Atlanta. $12-point jam for Atlanta, 6-point for Kalamazoo, net 6 for Atlanta. Good recycle of Kalamazoo jammer. Excellent blocking by Kalamazoo on Atlanta jammer. And that, totally legal, but still. Lead jam going to Kalamazoo. Just under 5 minutes left in this game. 2:34 Kalamazoo, 122 Atlanta. Timeout called by Kalamazoo. All right, and we're back. Kalamazoo down 2 blockers. Atlanta down 1. 2:34 Kalamazoo Killer Bees. Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 122. And Atlanta with your lead jam. More points on the board for Atlanta. Nice, sneaky. 4 more points on the board for Atlanta. $12-point jam for Atlanta. Round of applause for Rainbow Smash. Official review being called, but 14-point jam, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. Official timeout. So we were looking for a backblock call on Kalamazoo, but the no call stands because there was nobody else saw it. So Kalamazoo with your lead jam, and Ghost Blocker makes an appearance. Ooh, I think Kalamazoo's axle may have broken. Yeah. Having been a skater, there are a few things as fun as your axle breaking in the middle of a jam.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
I don't know. I mean, you could just, zen out on the whole thing, or just, I had to do a whole jam like that. I didn't look touched. Anyway, Derby, Kalamazoo, lead jam. High block called on Killer Queen. Just over a minute left in this game. 2:42 Kalamazoo Killer Bees to 136 Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. But let's give a big round of applause for both teams. It has been a great game. As an official timeout is called, let me take this opportunity for FoCo. Nathan, I see you. You'll be meeting with the officials over here immediately after this game. For Walton Beach coach, where are you at? For Walton Beach coach, you'll be meeting at the announcer booth immediately after this game for official meeting. By the way, FoCo and Fort Walton are playing next. I am super excited because I've been trying for the last year to call a game for Fort Walton Beach because I'm from Fort Walton Beach. All right. Atlanta enjoying a power jam and gets your lead. And boom goes the dynamite. All right, period clock is done. We are now just on the jam clock. Big round of applause for both teams. Fans are allowed to come up to the orange line of the track to slap hands once the official call is made. For Walton Beach coaches, FoCo coaches, to the announcer booth for your officials meeting with the captains. All right, final score 246 to 144. Kalamazoo Killer Bees are your winner. Killer Bees, take a lap. And a big round of applause for your Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. All right, we'll be back with FoCo versus Fort Walton. Oh, yes, coaches, don't forget to bring your MVPs to the announcer booth. Kalamazoo and Atlanta, please bring your MVPs to the announcer booth.
Thank you, Mama. We want somebody to have them.
But I want to keep one. Jammer number 05, Barbie Basher. Please come to the announcer booth for your award. And for Atlanta, your MVP blocker, 101 Verminator. And your MVP jammer, Stella Mayhem. So Stella Mayhem and Verminator, Hells Bells and Barbie Basher, please come to the scoreboard so we can get your photo. directly into. All right, who's ready for some roller derby? I'm joined by Atlanta's Tish, who's going to be announcing with me this game. Tish, why don't you introduce us to FoCo?
Keep going, it's fine.
For FoCo Roller Derby, we have number 10, Killer. Number 22, Lightning. 269, Yaya. 27, Skull Crusher. 28, Hey Hey. 4, The Walking Dread. 5, Tornado. Number 3, Spilla. Number 72, Dart.
And for Fort Walton, we have 12, Honeybee, 13, Dragon, 208, Dusty Mars, 22, Notorious, 26, Ricky Bobby, 27, Hippie Fit. And FoCo with your lead jam. Number 3, Potato, 36, Bugs, 4, Alexander Slamilton, 410, Jinx, 666, Lucky, 7, Mayzilla, and 9, Chupacabra. Hey with your lead jam for FoCo going up against Dusty Mars in the first jam of FoCo versus Fort Walton. I always switch over there if I don't know the jammer's name, so it's a good resource. How about you come over this way so we're not at the door. Step in a step. Be sure to breathe.
It's going.
Oh.
It's like cut around the table.
Fort Walton down 2 blockers.
I can't pull it any further out. I can sit. I can stand in front of the desk.
In the nose, out the mouth.
Yeah.
Slow, even breathing. Trust me, you're going to do great. You like play great, see things.
Yeah. I'm really worried because I see it as like a strategic.
And FoCo having the power jam as Fort Walton sends their jammer to the penalty box. I don't know, Tish. Are you emceeing?
Are you? This is defamation.
Yes.
We love you, Skull.
It's not defamation if I'm not defaming you. Well, stop making it so easy. I said what I said.
There go the earrings. Oh, God. Skull.
Good thing you broke that up.
I would have gone crazy.
No, I would have blocked like every punch she had with my face. Like, she wouldn't know what hit her.
Other than your kiss.
Well, my face can hit back. I mean, that's true. A headbutt technically is a face punch. Yeah.
I feel like I should just give this to you and I should fight this. I'm too anxious
For this. We have Skull Crusher jamming for FoCo Juniors and Dusty Mars for Fort Walton. And Dusty Mars gets lead.
Jammer.
Cut track for Skull Crusher. It's now Power Jam for Fort Walton.
High block called on FoCo blocker. 4 points on the board for Fort Walton as Fort Walton sends a blocker to the penalty box. We have Tornado jamming for FoCo and Chupacabra for Fort Walton. Tornado gets lead. Chupacabra close behind her. Spilla going to the box for Fort Walton. That's FoCo.
FoCo's jammer going to the box. Power jam for Chupacabra.
Timeout for Walton. 12-point jam for FoCo, 10-point for Walton. Net 2 for FoCo. So, Ruby Slipper.
Yes.
Yeah, you're being involved in this now.
Okay, hi.
You just skated in the last game.
I did.
Sorry. You did?
I did skate in the last game.
Looking at this floor, how slippery is it?
So that really depends on the skater. I personally don't think it's that slippery because I have wheels that are great for it. But
Like 86s, 92s?
I really don't know. They came with the skates when I bought them.
Oh my God.
This just in, Ruby's never changed her wheels ever.
I have not.
How long have you been skating on those wheels?
Probably about 5 years. I washed them.
With what?
Water?
Have you cleaned the bearings?
No.
Have you oiled the bearings?
You did.
I did?
Yes. Yes, you did.
I guess I did.
Oh my God, the dad in me is so hurt. You're not maintaining your equipment.
Skates.
It hurts my heart.
I can confirm I do change my wheels and take care of them regularly.
Thank you, Tish. That's why you're the better one in this relationship, of this derby relationship. Anywho, we got to talk about sports stuff as per Rito for FoCo. I'm sorry, Hey for FoCo. It's your lead going against Per Tato. And boom goes the dynamite off of turn 2. No pass, no penalty.
Tato getting out of the pack.
Good.
No, she's getting a penalty.
Cut track on Tato, making this a power jam for FoCo.
Okay, like the chicken from Moana?
FoCo with a strong 4-person wall off of turn 1. For Walton responding in kind against their jammer. Multiplayer block called on FoCo. Official review being called by Fort Walton. Okay, so the same skates for 5 years. You have never washed them. You've had Tish do it.
Wait.
I didn't wash them. All I did was put oil on the bearings.
I would like to say that it's a new pair of skates. So I just took the wheels from the old skates and put them on the new skates.
They're not a new pair of skates. They are not.
I got them for my birthday, like 2 years ago.
That's not new.
Well, it's newer than it was.
It's new to you. I'll grant that. But you do like wash your derby gear, right?
No.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I literally washed it and then I put it in the sun so that the sun could take the smell out.
That's not how the sun works.
Yes, it is.
That is not how the sun works.
That's how soap works.
That's how
And
soap,
detergent.
detergent,
I use
apple,
soap.
like vinegar.
I use soap and vinegar, and then I put it in the sun.
So the soap and vinegar clean it, not the sun.
But
It's not photosynthesis.
If anything, the sun just dries it and you think it works. It doesn't.
well, they're dry, so it's fine.
She does have that. They do. The sun
Congratulations.
does dry, but it doesn't clean. And plus, you're a redhead. Why are you in the sun, period?
I try not to be.
I mean, I'm a day walker and I can get away with it, but it's just like my sister's a ginger, and it's just like, bro, no, you're not even allowed in a non-LED light bulb environment.
You can't have a heat lamp either.
I was once told that one of my friends didn't know it was possible to be that alabaster. So
Good
But it
use
was
on the word
hilarious.
alabaster.
I know. I didn't know she knew that word until yesterday.
I'm surprised that she said the whole thing without spitting on me.
Congratulations.
Good on ya.
thank you.
Aren't you glad you came over here to join us, Ruby?
I'm kind of regretting that decision right about now.
Yeah, you totally should be, because now I've got your number and I'm just going to be like hitting redial this entire game.
This is what you get
We
for
are
trying to
talking
help
about
me.
Derby. There's no Derby happening right now. Though that does bring up some good housekeeping. We do have Chef Yaya serving food out here.
In the parking lot near the red building. I
True
can
that.
confirm it's very good.
As far as the very front row of the stands, that is the danger zone seating. And if you're not over 18, you shouldn't be sitting there. And I just now found that out. Anywho, there's Derby. You talk about it, Tish.
Skull Crusher gets lead and Jinx for jamming for Fort Walton. Jinx going to the box. Skull Crusher with 4 points on the board.
Multiplayer block called on for Walton.
And Jinx gets out of the pack.
Good job. See? You're getting into it. It's fine. All right, talk about the points.
FoCo getting 12 points on the board, 0 for Fort Walton.
For Walton down one blocker at the beginning of this jam. Just under 10 minutes left in this half. And, ooh. One after, and cut track on FoCo, making this a power jam for Fort Walton. Finds a hole on the outside through the initial pass. Woo! But it was a cut track, making this a power jam for FoCo, as FoCo's jammer just leaves the penalty box. Cut track called on for Walton. Excellent recycle off of turn 4. And boom! Multiplayer block called. You're good. Official timeout. So on top of the housekeeping of Chef Yaya being outside near the red building to serving food, we also do have merchandise available. But we also want to point out that, hold on, I'm going to have to find the right words. Tish, say something funny while I think.
I wish I'd brought my dad joke book.
You can't make a dad joke.
But I have the dad fit going on.
But you're not a dad, so that would be a faux pas. Yep. So, anywho, for
I hope
any
you're proud of yourself.
Huh?
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Oh, I'm totally proud of myself. So, for any and all JRD events and especially tournaments, please do not negatively speak to both refs and officials, as well as the skaters.
That is correct.
And also, if you see something and it is not called, that's okay.
Right?
The NFL misses stuff all the time. We're all volunteers out here, so please set a good example for the children and not say mean things.
Sorry to do this. Yeah, think of the children.
Think of the children. But I would like to point out, refs are always recruiting, and if you think you can do better, you're more than welcome to try out, because Lord knows being outside pack ref is fun.
It is fun, actually.
I was Ruby Slippers size when I was outside pack ref. Look at me. Yeah, I know. Grew about a foot tall and grew a beard. That's what not outside pack reffing will do.
Yeah, I really hope.
And we do take junior officials. Those are always
Junior
fun
officials with Philly's TIE Fighter has officiated many a game starting from the juniors now into WFTDA tournaments.
Oh yeah.
So there you go.
I love refs.
Sure.
We love refs. Very fun.
Hi, folks. So my name is Diva. I am your head NSO for this weekend. I would like to just say that all these lovely people out here in black and white are volunteering their time. So please, please, please be nice to them. Because guess what? We're here for your kids. So I'm going to tell you right now, this is the only warning.
Translation, you are more than welcome to leave. So anywho, okay, dad jokes. Hit me. Come on.
I have none. I don't have my book with me.
First off, good on you for having books. Most kids just have their phones.
I mean, I have one. It's not a dad joke.
I don't know if I trust you yet for a joke. We are on the stream.
It is a joke for children.
Okay,
Like toddlers.
how about you call this jam, and then I want to hear that joke. I have high expectations.
Potato jamming for Fort Walton and Skull Crusher for FoCo getting lead. Skull Crusher getting a cut track. Power Jam for Fort Walton. As everyone yells it before me.
That's her. Say that.
What a recycle.
4 points on the board for FoCo.
Are you ready for my joke?
Totally ready. Hit me.
What do you get when you mix an elephant and Darth Vader?
What?
An elevator.
That's wrong on so many levels.
How dare you?
You got to be quick in this game, you know? But that was a really good one. I do like it.
It's the only one I can remember out of the very thick book.
FoCo with your lead jam. Four points on the board for FoCo. All right, hold on. Ruby, why are you so hyped for roller derby? What do you love about roller derby?
It's so fun, and there's such a sense of community, especially on JRDA.
Agreed.
And I like playing with my friends, and I like learning new ways to play. Yeah.
That's awesome. I actually met my wife playing roller derby. I know. It's heartwarming, isn't it? Who do we have out there, Tish?
We have Hey Hey jamming for FoCo and Mayzilla for Fort Walton.
Official timeout. So just over 3 minutes left in this half. We do have Chef Yaya outside near the red building. We also have Lynx Express with an entire cornucopia, I will say, of different types of hot dogs and other delicious treats.
We have Dusty Mars jamming for Fort Walton and Tornado for FoCo. Tornado getting lead. Tornado getting her first 4 points on the board. Dusty Mars getting out of the pack.
Four-point scored by FoCo on that one. Current score 125 to 58. FoCo lead. FoCo down one blocker at the beginning of this jam. And for Walton, finds a hole on the inside, but has a cut track, making this a power jam for FoCo. Excellent sweep by FoCo off of turn two. FoCo calling it. May be able to get one more jam in this half. And Tish, you're getting that last jam. You got this.
Someone gave Ruby a kazoo. We cannot stop her. We have Tornado jamming for FoCo and Lucky jamming for Fort Walton. And Lucky getting lead. No white blocker going to the box for Fort Walton.
Period clock is done. We are now just on the jam time. And that is the end of this half. Current score 133 FoCo to 61 for Walton. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Be sure to check out Chef Yaya outside in the parking lot near the red building, as well as Lynx Express. but I said it wrong. Anywho,
FoCo
derby
gets
stuff.
lead jammer.
Thank you.
And a star pass to
26.
number 26, Ricky Bobby for Fort Walton.
Their names just to like flash at you.
Eventually, they'll have little tells that you can see, like you'll be able to see the numbers better.
I've talked to I've played Fort Walton like twice this year, and they're all so nice.
Okay.
So sweet. I've met all of them.
That's okay. I can't remember my own kids' names for Jacksonville.
You're Jacksonville? Also played
FoCo with the lead jam. Nice. 4
Skull
points on the
Crusher
board
getting it
for
on the
FoCo.
inside.
Multiplayer block called on FoCo. 2 multiplayer blocks called on FoCo. FoCo down 2 blockers. And Fort Walton finds a hole on the inside, putting 3 on the board. No, correction, 4 on the board. Fort Walton sending a blocker to the penalty box. 2 blockers for Fort Walton to the penalty box. Four more on the board for FoCo. Calls it. And high-scoring jam on both sides. 20 to FoCo's, 13 to Fort Walton. Net 7 for FoCo.
No, I got punched. Okay. A little better. You should see the other girl. It's a great joke every time.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
I'm doing it wrong.
All right, you got this one.
FoCo's jammer going to the box. Tornado. And Dusty Mars getting lead jammer for Fort Walton.
Doing what you're doing, House.
Dusty Mars getting her first 4 points, going around for the other 4. And Tornado getting out of the pack.
Two more on the board for Fort Walton, 6 points. Cut track called on FoCo Jammer. Power jam for Fort Walton. Jinx out there jamming. Ricky Bobby. Successful cover pass off to Ricky Bobby. We'll be going the whole 2 minutes on this one. And 4 points on the board for Fort Walton. Fort Walton sending a blocker to the penalty box for direction. FoCo sending a blocker to the penalty box. No, correction. FoCo is the one going to the penalty box. My apologies. See, it's okay to make mistakes, Tish.
It is.
That's how we learn.
That is true.
4 points on the board for FoCo. Fort Walton sending a blocker to the penalty box for direction. And FoCo doing some work on Fort Walton Jammer. The recycling that FoCo is having on their walls is really impressive. Like one sweeping while the other one takes over. It's like clockwork. Have you noticed it? Or
I have. It's quite impressive. True teamwork.
yeah, Fort Walton's doing a really great job, like especially sweeping out the packs and everything. What else have you noticed from them?
They're having good rotations and reforming, especially to get around the blue blockers into the front of the pack.
Mm-hmm. See?
It's there.
So let's be sure to give another round of applause for our medics out here taking care of our children. Thank you. You are appreciated. Because, not gonna lie, I would not want to skate against some of these athletes.
I'll tell you what, sometimes it's quite scary.
Like, full contact, I bruise easily.
I don't.
Well,
It's sad. I have no derby kisses to show off.
say,
No.
you have no derby bruises?
No.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Maybe I'm not. I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, I have a bruise just from announcing.
Maybe I just thought I was there and I wasn't.
That's very meta. But no, something that we've been seeing, especially the last couple of years, is JRDA athletes that are aging up and going into the adult leagues. Adult roller derby with WFTDA and JRDA have just like blown up with the level of skill because they're coming in fresh meat with in some cases, 10 years experience.
It's impressive. One of the Atlanta's adults, she started in juniors at, I think it was 8, and has moved up to the adults and has been playing for 12 years now. It's impressive to see how skilled she is.
Yeah, and that's definitely paying off for some of the older leagues because now they have that pool to pull from, and it helps them develop because Atlanta is a flipping powerhouse. I said what I said, and then you see Tampa and like some of the Colorado teams, especially, and like I can't wait to see what California is going to come out with once Los Anarchists in like Santa Cruz, even Angel City start aging up. So as long as I'm entertained, that's the important thing. But I'm just really waiting for like a whole breakdance battle to happen through a pack, like full Matrix because you'll have the skill set coming in.
We had a Matrix moment with one of the Atlanta juniors. It was quite impressive.
Go on.
She was thankfully caught before she fell, though. It was a very impressive Matrix moment, I will say. The lean back thing.
Okay, I'm with something that I've never seen happen in Derby, but I totally wanted to because it would be super legal and visually stunning at the same time. I want someone to be in the back of the pack, the jammers coming in super hot, and they do the lift from Dirty Dancing. And you just lift and push over the side, totally legal. Relatively, but I'm just upset that we've seen the Matrix, we've seen multiple things, but I've never seen the lift from Dirty Dancing. I feel like that's the next step, the obvious step for roller derby in general.
Well, I know what I'm doing for my next game.
Video where it didn't happen. Oh, hey, there's derby stuff happening. Why don't you talk about it?
We have Tornado, Skull Crusher jamming for FoCo, and Chupacabra for Fort Walton. And Skull Crusher just getting lead. Chupacabra out of the pack. And Skull Crusher getting her first 4 points on the board. You have Chupacabra going to the box. And Skull Crusher sliding by on the outside. But the excitement is overwhelming. Really gets the adrenaline pumping. We have Skull Crusher out of the pack once again. And a tough wall with FoCo. And that was a 20-point jam for Skull Crusher.
All right, so one of Fort Walton Beach's players has been expelled from the game for egregious back block. So that they will be down one blocker for the remainder of this game. And Fort Walton Beach gets your lead jam. Courtesy of Mayzilla. First time I've seen them out there for jamming.
It's a power jam for Fort Walton. Mayzilla going on the inside, getting through for her first 4 points.
Fort Walton sending a blocker to the penalty box for a destruction of pack.
Mayzilla getting another 4 on the board.
8-point jam for Fort Walton Beach, shutting down FoCo. Excellent jam for Walton Beach.
Trying to see who I'm playing. I'm not sure what I'm doing now.
Timeout for Walton. Oh, FoCo, thank you.
Tornado gets lead. Dusty Mars jamming for Fort Walton.
Low block called on FoCo, pivot.
And Tornado getting her first 4 points on the board. And Dusty Mars having a beautiful apex jump.
Boom. Direction against Fort Walton. 4 more points on the board for Fort Walton.
Fort Walton's got a blocker going to the box.
And FoCo calls it. "12-point jam FoCo, 8 for Walton, net 4 for FoCo."
We have Hey Hey for FoCo and Potato for Fort Walton. Hey Hey getting lead.
I know, don't say anything. Official timeout being called.
I'm surprised. I've done the thing where I follow my back and my butt and roll back into it.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But she looks like she's so just flat backed.
Yeah.
Feet under.
So me and Tish were talking about the reason for the official timeouts. FoCo skater got hit pretty well, but when they landed and hit their head. And typically that causes us to stop the game so we can get them checked out. Again, safety of the skater is the primary concern.
Lucky gets lead for Fort Walton. Skull Crusher jamming for FoCo. Woo! Lucky with a beautiful apex jump.
I don't think that was luck. I think that was skill. Huh?
It was indeed skill.
Ah.
But with the luck of the game, she shall prevail.
I think an official timeout's being called over by the penalty box. It is. So when do I get my puppy?
I did drills and stuff at the like skate park. I wasn't playing, but I was still doing like drills and contactless play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, 7 years.
Say, we took a 2-year break. It's cool. For Walton Beach with your lead jam, courtesy of Dusty Mars.
Then Tornado getting out of the pack for her initial.
Calling it, putting 4 on the board.
I'm looking at the wrong ref.
It's okay. You're doing a personal best. Stop being so hard on yourself.
I was looking at the wrong ref.
I've done the same thing. I'm just like, oh wait, no, that is 2 fingers, not 3.
So I like being the one out there. I don't have to worry about telling everyone.
I know.
We have Hey Hey jamming for FoCo and
Ooh, very nice off the
Chupacabra for
turn
Fort
1. Sorry. No, it happens. It's good. Cut track called on Fort Walton Jammer, making this a power jam for FoCo. Nice.
Hey Hey getting another 4 points on the board. We have a star pass to Ricky Bobby.
All right, just under 14 minutes left in this game. Who's playing afterwards, Tish?
Where are we?
You're right there.
We have Kalamazoo and Seattle at 2:30.
The time's not going to take place.
Never mind, not at 2:30.
Well, I mean, it may. I could be wrong.
It'd be more. They'd like reset the times
Yeah.
because we have to take the break.
But that'll be a good one. See, we were talking earlier about different teams. Like, I've seen Kalamazoo and Seattle at like JRDA champs in some of the regional tournaments, but Kalamazoo was still pretty fresh when I saw them. So it'll be interesting to see how they've developed. But to something you said earlier, COVID, it was a thing, and we couldn't really play. Period. So a lot, like, some people kept up with like their physicality for the game, but I don't know. Like, I was in skating at the time. What was it like getting back into Derby and like actually competing against not your team?
It was interesting. I was worried I was going to forget the muscle memory stuff with the contact. I was surprised I didn't, but it was interesting getting back into it and joining new to Atlanta with people who had been there before COVID, being a new skater from a different league. It was interesting to see how the team collected together and really started to trust each other after the first couple months.
That's awesome. And I mean, Ruby had even pointed out that one of the great things about Junior Roller Derby is the sense of community. I mean, oh, wait, sorry, I was checking to see if they were ready. I mean, you come to a place, you run into some of the same people you've seen a dozen times before, and like for me, one of the reasons I chose this tournament is because most of this I've never been around, so I wanted to see that and just try something new. But it's been a very welcoming environment. The breakfast burritos they have are fantastic. I did the research.
They are indeed fantastic.
Right?
I enjoy them a lot.
You know what else is fantastic?
Roller derby.
You announcing this jam.
That too.
Yeah.
We have Dart jamming for FoCo and Potato for Fort Walton.
Fort Walton sending a blocker to the penalty box. Fort Walton sending another blocker to the penalty box.
Fort Walton just down to one blocker.
I mean, the penalty box has already confirmed that they have puppies and or glitter. But you could totally get that after the game, I found out.
And Dart getting 8 points on the board. And Dart getting out of the pack again.
So something that I'm also noticing as we're getting towards the last 10 minutes of this game is just the wear and tear of derby on its own. Like when you get tired, but like penalties definitely become more of a thing. You're not as stable on your skates. You're a little bit more spaghetti-o arms. You from the last game? How are you able to just kind of still stay on point?
Tell you what, it's a lot of work, a lot of endurance training for this.
A cut track on FoCo Jammer, making this a power jam for Fort Walton. She calls it. They're going to enjoy a power start. 3 points on the board for Fort Walton. So what you were saying is a lot of endurance training, and that's one of the reasons why I do. But most of the time when I'm talking about junior skaters, I'm not calling them kids. I'm calling them athletes because there is something to be said. We're just like, oh yeah, we're going to do a 3-mile run for a warm up. I'm like, I don't think I've walked 3 miles this year, and you're just, oh yeah, just little run. It's cool. Oh wait, what's going on there?
We have Dusty Morris getting the lead for Fort Walton. Ooh, Dusty Morris squeaking by on the inside. Skull Crusher getting out of the pack on her initial.
And that's the jam. 8 points for Walton. Just under 9.5 minutes left in this game. So I did ask Ruby about this earlier. The floor. Do you like use a specific kind of wheel for it? Because just looking at how they're skating, I'm thinking like 92, 96 tops, but that's for me.
I started out on an 88, and that was far too sticky, so I moved to a 93, and I enjoy it quite a lot.
Okay, because it looks slick, but it doesn't look slippery, and I'm starting to notice that more as it goes. And these are some of the other things on top of physical training, your equipment, because the right kind of wheel can make or break your game. Like if you're on polished concretes on 101s, or anything over 100, you're done.
I think anything over 90 and you're done.
Big facts. Almost getting the cut track off of turn 3, but corrects themselves.
And Mayzilla getting 4 points on the board.
Ooh, they are. Cut track on FoCo. Fort Walton has a power jam. And we will be going the whole 2 minutes on this one. But Fort Walton's going to the penalty box. Excellent recycling. Direction called on FoCo. Official review called by FoCo. Okay, this is getting a little intense. I'm just going to do some yoga, talk about things. New England is neither new nor England. Discuss. I'm getting a little hyped for this game because it is getting super good. But
as am I. I'm starting to shake. It's too exciting.
You got to stay calm.
Just coming off the track, the excitement.
Mm-hmm. Like the skater's high is totally a thing. Like especially after a really good game.
It's impressive to see how hard both teams are playing.
Yeah, especially since they've kept up that level since the beginning. And that goes to your point on endurance training, is they're able to keep that level up for this long. And trying to think, the first time I saw FoCo play was in Loveland, Colorado for champs. They and one other team, I can't recall off the top of my head, were just like bounds ahead of other teams. And I couldn't quite figure it out until I realized they're used to skating in high altitude. Yeah. And I didn't know that you can buy a can of air, but I totally bought a can of air. And I'm just kind of like, minty. But you can definitely see the physicality because you could tell that they're starting to wear, but tired's not a word I would use to describe FoCo right now with the level of physicality that they train at. And that's not to say anything against Fort Walton. They are definitely holding their own against a well-established team.
They are.
Yeah, they are. Big round of applause for Fort Walton. Yes, I'm talking about you. Hi, I'm Tool Time. This is Tish. Well,
thank you.
I'll just be over here not getting any compliments at all. That's fine. Thanks.
She said she liked my hair.
It is pretty dope hair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm so excited.
I know. It's like you get all antsy-pantsies.
We start doing burpees.
Huh?
We break out the sit-ups, the push-ups.
You can do burpees. I don't like my physicality is couch potato.
I do CrossFit, and my quad is still so sore. And I have to use it. Everyone's just slammed into it. I'm like, okay.
Aww. All right, and we're back. Lucky getting your lead jam for Fort Walton. Hey, through the initial pass. Nice little skip through. Lucky putting 4 points on the board, calling it.
I think the best way to watch a roller derby, in my opinion, is to just not look at the scoreboard. Like, watch it without the scoreboard, without knowing how it is. I did that once in an Atlanta game. It was so impressive. Yeah. And then you look at the scoreboard, like, that's not me.
Exactly. That's why, I don't...
It's good roller derby.
For Walton Beach with your lead jam. Multiplayer block called on Fort Walton.
And Skull Crusher getting out of the pack.
Wash jam, but still very good derby. And we're going to talk about what we were just talking about amongst ourselves. Great derby is just fun to watch, whether the score reflects the game or not. But this has been an amazing game because both teams are just like still putting in 110% efforts. And as long as I'm entertained, that's all I really need. The score is inconsequential.
Oh, yeah.
To me.
Plenty of games where the score does not reflect the level of play on the track.
Absolutely. Right now, FoCo's got the lead. Tornado. Thank you. And boom goes the dynamite. Tornado just blasting through Fort Walton. And a successful cover pass for Fort Walton. Off to Jinx.
And Tornado getting 8 points on the board.
And boom goes the dynamite off a turn 2. Excellent recycle.
Tornado out of the pack once again, but Jinx hot on her tail.
Presentation. Both teams sending a blocker to the penalty box. And that's the jam. Just under 3 minutes left in this game. 267 FoCo, 145 for Walton. Excellent jam on the last one. 20 points for FoCo as Fort Walton gets your lead jam. And Fort Walton with the power jam. Wow. Good thing there's only like 3 games left. So, Tish, we were talking about endurance training. I think that's going to pay off for FoCo now because I'm only counting 7 uniforms out there. Correction, 8.
Yes.
So definitely some power person derby going on now, but I think they have the physicality for it. Skull Crusher for FoCo going against Chupacabra for Fort Walton.
Skull Crusher getting lead.
It is 7. It is 7. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh. Are you just being able to rotate the box?
And Fort Walton pulls the recycle on FoCo. Excellent blocking by FoCo, keeping the recycle down. And FoCo calls it. And that is the game. Unofficial final, 273 to 159. But a big round of applause for both teams. Excellent sportsmanship out here. Excellent teamwork. Tish, what do you got to say?
I think they played a hard game, and it was very impressive to watch. Just to see the level of play and endurance that's happening on the track. It's very impressive.
That's awesome. So who thinks Tish did a great job her first time announcing? So you know you got to do it again.
No.
Yeah. All right, FoCo coaches or FoCo captains and for Walton Beach captains, please bring me your MVPs. Captains, please bring me your MVPs. FoCo, I need your MVPs. FoCo, MVP.
I'm gonna put it down while I'm ahead.
All right, I have your MVPs as soon as FoCo's done with the photos. All right, FoCo, your MVP blocker. Number 4, the Walking Dread. Your MVP jammer, number 5, Tornado. And for Walton, your MVP blocker, number 22, Notorious. And your MVP jammer, number 666, Lucky. MVPs, please get over by the scoreboard so we can get your photo. All right, and that's the game. We'll see you back here in a little bit as Kalamazoo goes against Seattle.
Hey guys, those who are still here, we from AJRD would like to honor our 6 graduating Aging Out skaters. We have 6 of them. We have Verminator, number 101. We have Violet Femmes, number 34. We have Rainbow Smash, number 10. We have Wreck and Roll, 1954. Hurricane, number 7. And Avalanche, number 44. Dread. Where's my dread? Come here. All right. You gonna say something? Say something about each of them? Who are we missing? All right, we gotta do. We'll get her afterwards then. All right. You want to call them to the middle? All right. So can I have my seniors, my aging out, go to the middle? Go to the middle. All right. All right.
She was like, everybody's gonna.
Oops.
There we go.
We need I hated playing that.
I'll be honest. You guys are saying something. Are you saying about everybody, or are you?
I'm just gonna toss them all in.
Perfect.
And then someone else.
Yeah.
Whoa. Could you stay there, friends? Could you stay?
Okay, we're gonna put them there. Can we put them under their picture? Yeah, you guys.
This is chaotic, but please come stand by your images. Step away from them.
We're gonna do that.
It's fine. It's good.
That is so not censored. Why are they putting that picture? What the fuck?
Oh.
You could put it on this wall.
Here. Can I see the mic? So we also have Fort Walton, Alexandra Slamilton, who's not going to be here tomorrow. So we want to also give them something as well.
Both got it.
Don't mix them up.
Hey, Slam, come get your diploma for aging out. Woo! Woo! Okay, go ahead. You can go with ours.
Okay. It's really, really hard to pick specific things because all of you exert leadership in such an incredible way. I will say Abby, Verm, and Rainbow for being the people who have always been there. It's going to be really hard to not have our originals to look up to. Peach and I were very small when we looked up to y'all, and you're still here and we're still looking up to you, and we're just hoping you'll stick around and play derby with us, even if it's not on our team. So thank you to the 3 of you. And to Vi, who we grew up in the same time. We went together through everything, and you have transformed into this little person into one of the most fantastic jammers I know. You've gone, around America doing all of these incredible things, and I think that speaks a lot about your determination, and we love you. We got more. Are you kidding? We got Wreck and Hurt, who are my favorites. Sorry, y'all. So, Wreck, you and I also grew up kind of around the same time. And in the same way with Vi, I like that we've blossomed together. And not having you there right now to support us and hold our hand and tell us that we are awesome when we can't see that in ourselves is an incredible gift. And thank you for being here. And Hurt, oh my gosh, are you a busy bee? You have so many things that you do, and we are so happy that honestly you're a part of our team, and the amount of effort that you've put in to come to these games, to come to these practices, it's astounding. And we're really, really grateful that you have. And just like with everyone else, seeing you gone is going to be really hard, but we're hoping to see you with every other game with the same determination, screaming us on. So thank you.
All right, first up, Abby, come get your stuff.
There you go.
There. And flowers. Come here, give me a hug. I know we got one more, but I love you. Right. Hurricane. We have so much stuff for y'all. Wreck and roll. Rainbow Smash. Violet Femmes. And here is your diploma. Aging out diploma. I know you have no hands. It's okay. Last but not least, Verminator.
Mitchie, you want to say something about Slam? Yeah, I will.
Oi. Okay, so I wasn't prepared for this. So this is my very first age out, and it's very, very sad because she's also my captain, and sometimes she is my rock, and she tells me, hey, this needs to happen, and we are really, really going to miss you. You are a huge force on the team, and I'm so excited for your future because you're doing an amazing job. So keep it up. You say something? We love you.
We love you. I love you. You're so good. I don't know what to say. I'm really awkward. I'm bad at this.
Really quick.
That's my teammate.
Also, for the aging out juniors that are going to be here tomorrow, please make sure you have your cap and gown at 2:30. Please make sure you have your cap and gown.
Yay.
And then you guys are free to take a break. The next game's going to be at 3 p.m. Be back to see Seattle and Kalamazoo. I'm not gonna do
Killer Bee sending a blocker to the penalty box. 4 points on the board for Seattle. .16 jam for Seattle Derby Brats. Ooh, finds a hole on the outside. Lead jam. Skater down. Big round of applause for Ragin' Ray. And thank you again to our medics. And Seattle with your lead jam. Mexican takeout through the initial pass. And Mexican takeout makes him, forces the jam call. I'm good, thank you. Finds a hole on the outside, sneaks in on the middle. Lead jam, Seattle. Two points on the board. Correction, 3 points on the board. Seattle with your lead jam. Kalamazoo sending their blocker to the penalty box, making this a power jam for Seattle. Excellent blocking by Kalamazoo off of turn 2. Cut track on Killer Bees jammer. Hell's Bell. Seattle continuing to enjoy a power jam and calls it to get the power start for the next one. Galaxy on the inside for your lead jam. And what a sweep by Galaxy off of turn 3. Stays in play. 4 points on the board for Galaxy. Is there an official timeout? Okay, never mind. Seattle Jammer going to the penalty box, making this a power jam for Kalamazoo. Barbie Basher with your lead jam. You're good. And Kalamazoo putting 4 on the board. Stays in play, puts another 4 on the board for Kalamazoo. Woo! Three more points on the board for Kalamazoo. 8-point jam for the Killer Bees. Correction, 11-point jam for the Killer Bees. Galaxy down 1 blocker at the start of the jam. No, you go first. No, you. No, you. Woo! McGrady with your lead jam. Kalamazoo sending a blocker to the penalty box. Seattle sending a blocker to the penalty box. McGrady through. More on the board. Calls it. Timeout called by Kalamazoo. Both teams down 1 blocker. Lead jam goes to Seattle. Four points on the board for Seattle. Successful cover pass for Kalamazoo. And Seattle calls it. Seattle down one blocker at the beginning of the jam. And finds a hole on the outside. Lead jam Seattle. Kalamazoo down one blocker, and Galaxy sending one to the box as well. Four points on the board for Kalamazoo. And here we go with the apex jump. Lead jam Seattle. Two points on the board for Kalamazoo. 8 for Seattle. Current score 97 Seattle, 17 Kalamazoo. Finding a hole on the inside, getting your lead. Galaxy with the strong wall off a turn 2, holding up Kalamazoo jammer. Four points on the board for Seattle. Seattle holding up Kalamazoo jammer. Seattle through for the lead jam. And calls it. So no shade, but if she had recovered and stayed into play, I would have been gagged a little. Just a smidgen. Just like, whoa! What? Huh? I'm talking to the one behind you. If you focus on the game. Yeah. I know you want to hang out with the puppies they have in penalty box, but lead jam Seattle. Four points on the board for Seattle. A successful cover pass, but Seattle calls it before it's completed. No correction. Kalamazoo jammer in the penalty box. Seattle's going to get a power start. McGrady finding a hole on the outside for your lead. Killer Bees sending a blocker to the penalty box. Four points on the board for McGrady. Successful cover pass off to Mexican takeout, but Seattle calls it. Just a little over 8 minutes left in this half. Lead jam, Seattle. Kalamazoo holds Seattle Jammer off a turn 2. Seattle recycling Barbie Basher. Excellent recycle by Seattle off a turn 3 and calls it. Seattle with your lead jam and overtaken by Kalamazoo. One point on the board for Kalamazoo. Oh! That doesn't count as a direction. I checked the World Book. Excellent recycling by Seattle. Kalamazoo. And excellent spinning off a turn 2. Kalamazoo gets through. And Seattle calls it. Another great example of good team, good sportsmanship. That was really cool. From Seattle to Kalamazoo. Seattle finding a hole on the inside, gets your lead. Seattle putting up a strong wall against Mexican takeout. Mexican takeout down, getting checked out. Timeout called by Seattle. So by round of applause, who's enjoying the game so far? Absolutely. Kalamazoo putting up a tremendous effort against Seattle. Although there is a question that I have for Seattle's coach. You are clearly more in the spring color. Why are you wearing an autumn color? You do look good in it. I'm trying to make you look great. I'm just saying a chartreuse would be very flattering on you. The other one is killing it. Sickening is the word I'm going to use. I'm just saying a lighter color, bro. Now I wish I was going to be here tomorrow. I'd totally go on Amazon. I just have to return it. So while we have this official review, for those watching on the stream, I'm wondering, I feel like we should take this to the people, to the polls. What should the Seattle coach wear tomorrow? I mean, far be it from me to tell people what to do with their lives. I'm just saying, bustier. Think about it. Very flattering. A little cinching always goes a long way. And definitely a spring color. Okay, first off, glitter and sparkles is last season. What we need is those twinkly lights. And I'm not saying I can do his makeup. I'm just saying contouring works wonders. Yes, I will give you the greatest secret of how I stay beautiful. You find a light switch and you turn it off. Yeah. So eco-friendly, so easy to do. Anyone can use it. That's free advice for America. And besides, Thumper, you don't need it. You're beautiful already. So Kalamazoo was looking for a directional against Seattle, but nobody observed the penalty, so the call will stand. Seattle finding a hole on the outside, gets your lead jam. Woo! And Kalamazoo gets the track cut, making this a power jam for Seattle. Seattle calls it. Kalamazoo gets the false start, going to the penalty box. Or are they? Unofficially. High black call on Seattle. Forearm call on Seattle. Successful cover pass. Off to Hell's Bell. Multiplayer block called on Seattle. We are now on the jam clock. And that is the half. Big round of applause for both teams. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back for the second half. All right, who's ready for round two? I'm sorry, who is ready for round two? There we go. I know they sell coffee in here someplace. All right, current score, Seattle Derby Brats 219 to Kalamazoo's 27. Yeah, I was waiting for it. Seattle with their lead jam. And Kalamazoo gets your lead jam. See, Coach, that's what I'm talking about. Look at the whimsy. Official timeout called. So do we have any Seattle fans in the house? Oh, good. You didn't just bring everyone that's on the track. You brought actual parents too. Awesome. So I just want to point out to you, because does Scott Reed or Scott Chicken still announce for you? Okay, because this is the first time I've called Seattle, and I haven't had Scott there just rolling his eyes at me with my shenanigans and nonsensory. So when you see him, tell him Tool Time says hello, and he misses him dearly. And in the meantime, Seattle gets your lead jam. Bit of a spill off of turn two. Seattle sends a blocker to the penalty box. 4 points on the board for Kalamazoo. Seattle sending a blocker. Nope. This was a test. Four points on the board for Seattle. Seattle calls it. And then that 12-point jam for Seattle, 8 points for Kalamazoo, net 4 for Seattle. Official timeout being called. Coming up soon, we got FoCo against the West Coast Knockouts. I'm already sad that I'm not going to be here for that game because I can work off of that kind of energy. I have to keep a human alive. I know. Why did I choose responsibility? I could be over here mocking other people's children, but no, I have to try to raise a human that's fairly decent. I have been told by the penalty box that she is cute, which she came from me, so obviously. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous and adorable and extraordinarily humble. In the meantime, let's talk about Derby. As Seattle sneaks in on the inside of turn 2 and gets your lead. Oh. You're not my real dad. Stop telling me how to do this. Leave the referee to the refs and the announcers to the announcing. Wait, my dyslexia kicked in. That, but the other way around. There we go. Seattle putting up a strong 3-person wall off of turn 1. Kalamazoo down 2 blockers. McGrady with your lead jam for Seattle.
Go, 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 go!
Mexican takeout trying to catch up. 4 points on the board for Seattle, 1 for Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo down 1 blocker at the start of the jam. Seattle's down 1 blocker as well. Back block on Seattle. As Seattle powers through, no lead. Kalamazoo with their lead jam. Four points on the board for Kalamazoo Killer Bees. 4 for Seattle Derby Brats. Seattle powering through to get your lead jam. And Kalamazoo powering through the initial pass. Kalamazoo sending a jammer to the penalty box, making this a power jam for Seattle. I'm getting loopy. I feel like I'm getting loopy. Seattle calls it. Seattle with the power start. And powers through, getting your lead jam, courtesy of McGrady. Blocking on the inside and gets recycled. Excellent blocking by, Kalamazoo with the good blocking. 4 points on the board for Seattle. Both teams at full strength at the start of the jam. Excellent effort by Seattle. Kalamazoo with the lead. And boom goes the dynamite. Kalamazoo sending a blocker to the penalty box. Let's hear it for Ragin' Ray doing some work out there against Seattle. Maximum effort in the first games. Definitely putting in the same effort on this one. And against Seattle, that is saying something. Low block called on Kalamazoo. Seattle with the lead jam. Seattle sending a blocker to the penalty box. Excellent recycle by Seattle on Kalamazoo. And this is a power jam for Seattle. Timeout called. Timeout called Kalamazoo. So during this timeout, Seattle, since you're in the house, I'm not going to lie. I was concerned about how you all would look after COVID because beforehand, the staple of Seattle was strategy and super tight reforming packs. And I was worried after COVID that wouldn't be the case anymore. It would be different. And I'm super happy to be proven wrong because, oh my God, it's just as good now as it was in Loveland. I mean, barely any room for Kalamazoo to work with, and they're still doing a great job against Seattle. But it's great to see that the strategy, physicality, and everything over at Seattle is still the same. Now, if your coach can just get a dress that actually complements them. The other one with the shoulder pads, killing it. Sickening. Sickening. I'm just saying, you would look great in a wedge. The head coach, a heel, like stiletto. Whew. Seattle finding a hole on the outside for your lead jam. Woo! Seattle sending a blocker to the penalty box. And a back block on Seattle Jammer, making this a power jam for Kalamazoo. And that's the jam. Kalamazoo Killer Bees will get a power start. Now, Kalamazoo, let me put my 2 cents in on your team, because the last time I saw you play was Loveland, Colorado, and oh my God, leaps and bounds you've improved. Like, your walls are way tighter. The physicality is just a whole other level. Official timeout. Why are you yelling at me? What'd I do? Stop it. It frightens me. Anywho. But yeah, definitely the physicality is on a whole other level. And if in a perfect world where I get everything I want, I would have loved to have seen you guys play Seattle as the first game as opposed to the second. I think it would be a completely different game. But amazing effort by the Killer Bees. The coaches and the parents should be super proud with all the effort you're putting in. And Kalamazoo's Hell's Bell with the power start. Kalamazoo sending their blocker to the penalty box as well as their jammer or a cut track. That's going to make this a power jam for Seattle, and this pack is speeding up. Woo! Almost, but not today, Satan. Not today. Lead jam goes to Seattle. Timeout called by Kalamazoo. And be sure to check out all the merch that we have. We do have tournament t-shirts available out in the lobby, as well as Atlanta Roller Derby, both adult and junior. Plenty of food around. That'll definitely pay off in this next game against FoCo against West Coast Knockouts. Come on, Darth. Let's see a dance off. Woo! Careful, this is a family company. Seattle with your lead jam, courtesy of Screamsicle. Kalamazoo sending a blocker to the penalty box. Seattle with your lead jam, enjoying a power start. Just under 8 minutes left in the game. Seattle sending a blocker to the penalty box. Back block on Kalamazoo. Checking to see who it was against. So the jammer's still in. Seattle calls it. Official timeout. So again, another shout out to our medics, making sure our athletes stay safe and healthy out here. And a big shout out to our refs and NSOs, because this is my third game straight, and a dude is tired. And I'm just standing here talking. I can only imagine. I know outside pack refs are tired. Huh? I'm going. You don't need sleep is for the weak. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm going to drive a 3-year-old. Excellent blocking by both sides off the jammer line. McGrady finding a hole on the outside for your lead. I'm glad this is all being filmed, because I need to do a count on how many apex jumps McGrady has done. Right? I mean, I'm saying after 10, they should get a personal pan pizza or something. I mean, that's an accomplishment. Cut track call going on Seattle. Kalamazoo sending a blocker for destruction. 4 points on the board for Kalamazoo, courtesy of Ragin' Ray. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the game. Four points on the board for Seattle. Excellent recycle by Kalamazoo off the pivot line. Cut track on Seattle. Seattle with your lead. No, Kalamazoo with your lead jam, courtesy of Ragin' Ray. Four points on the board for Kalamazoo. And the period clock is up. We are now just on jam. Big round of applause for Ragin' Ray, putting 4 more on the board. Let's give it up for Kalamazoo, putting in the hard work the whole game. And let's show some love for the Seattle Derby Brats. All right, feel free to line up on the outside of the track. And that's the game. Seattle Derby Brats, take your lap. Oh, wait, they're doing the thing. Seattle Derby Brats, take your lap. And Kalamazoo Killer Bees, please take your lap. You're very welcome. All right, coaches, I need your MVPs. Kalamazoo and Seattle, I need your MVPs. Block.
For Seattle.
All right, we have your MVPs. For Kalamazoo, your MVP blocker, 187 on Death Rose. And your MVP jammer, Barbie Basher.
And your MVPs for Seattle. We have MVP blocker number 330, Allison Thunderland. And your MVP jammer, 713 McGrady. Thank you guys. The next. All right, we got one more. We got overall. Aw, no. Who is it? A number 333 for the Killer Bees overall. Congratulations, guys. Next game is going to be 5 o'clock against West Coast Knockouts against FoCo. Be sure to come back and join us at 5 p.m.
And I unfortunately will not be able to join you at 5 p.m., but thank you, Atlanta, for having me here. It was a joy and a privilege. Thank you all for putting up with my nonsense and ridiculousness.
So am I.
from here who wants to see what's going on here. That is Twitch TV/AJRD stream. All right, we're about ready where everybody is lining up on the track. It looks like we have Hey Hey skating for the Agogis. And I'm not exactly sure who is skating for the West Coast, but I will know once they make this turn. Jammers are on the line. All right, there we go for the first jam. Both jammers into the packs. Trying to find a little daylight. Good defense on both sides. And it looks like Cinderella skating for the West Coast, finding her way out, taking lead jammer status. Meanwhile, Hey Hey having a little trouble getting her way around. Cinderella taking a couple of hits from the Agogis defense, making their way through. And Hey Hey finally making her way out of the pack. Cinderella busting her way through, turning around, calling the jam. And at the end of the first jam, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 8, FoCo Agogis 0. All right, jammers are lining up. That is Maddie Hatter slant for the, but that is Skull Crusher skating for the Agogis, taking lead jammer status. Knocking their way through that pack, making their way out. And the jam gets called very quickly. But not so quickly they can put that FoCo puts 4 points on the board. All right, things are a little quiet. We get the 5-second call. That is Tornado skating for the Agogis. And both jammers having a little trouble. And that is Killer Kiwi making their way out, taking lead jammer status. Meanwhile, Tornado, a little banged up in the background, finally making their way out. Kiwi weaving their way out, calling the jam. Before the Agogis get a chance to score. Both jammers are lined up on the line. There's the whistle. Off they go. And I believe that is Cinderella skating for the knockouts. Both jammers trying to make their way out, having a little trouble. And that is Hey Hey skating around. And Cinderella finally breaking their way out. Hey Hey can't seem to be getting around the pack, but she does. She does manage as Cinderella knocking on the back door of that pack, being showed to the outside and calling the jam. With 26 minutes and 2 seconds left in the first half, West Coast Junior Knockout 17, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 4. All right, both sides lined up. There goes the whistle. And everybody goes out. And that is Grim Reaper skating for the West Coast, trying to make their way out. Grim Reaper ended up on the, and that's Skull Crusher skating, being helped to the outside, having to reset. Meanwhile, Grim Reaper being sent to the naughty box, giving Skull Crusher a power jam. Power jam! All right, Skull Crusher weaving their way around. Having a little difficulty getting forward. Keep up against a wall of black and pink. He gets knocked down, gets back up again, Chumbawamba-like. Once again, taking a tumble. Looks like the blocker you got having sit out for a low block. Looks like we've only got one blocker for the knockouts. Meanwhile, Grim Reaper skating their way around, trying to make it through. That is a whole lot of sitting down. And Grim Reaper and Skull Crusher both skating around, much like it's an all skate on a Friday night. Trying to make their way around. Just two blockers on each side. And that's the jam. And with 23 minutes and 22 seconds left in the first half, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 33, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 16. As we get a timeout, and that means it's time for the Rock Rollin' Famous Poll. Please, by round of applause, who is rooting for the West Coast Junior Knockouts? Who is rooting for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby? Who just likes roller derby? And who has wandered in here off the street and don't know where they are? You might want to call somebody. Somebody you know. Well, we'll get service sooner. Maybe if you walk out to the street, out to the main road. And in this time of the timeout, I would like to point out our food vendor. Out front, we have Chef Yaya. She will be here both days, and her food is unforgettable. Unforgettable. And if you're on social media, you can follow us on Facebook at Atlanta Junior Roller Derby and Instagram at ATLJR Roller Derby. And if you are here, please tag ATLJR Roller Derby in your social posts. We might even feature your photo. All right, they're going to start the jam in a moment. That's what I hear from the officials. All right, looks like we got to load it up. We've got a queue formed here at the penalty box. There is a very light amount of blockers on the field. And it looks like we have the Killer Kiwi taking lead jammer status with Tornado for the Agogis. And Killer Kiwi making their way out, doing a scoring run. Tornado making her way around, keeps getting helped to the outside by one of the knockouts. Finally making their way out of the pack, coming around. Killer Kiwi calling the jam. And that's the jam. Both sides scrambling up for their next time around. All right, both jammers wiggling their way through the pack. All right, and that is Jammer Slam I Am making their way out, being passed by Hey Hey. Slam I Am calling the jam before anybody gets a chance to score. As we set up for the next jam. I think I see Cinderella once again lining up on the line for West Coast. And that is Hey Hey, I believe, for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Both skaters pushing their way through the pack, trying to find a yield point. Hey Hey finding the inside door, getting out. Cinderella almost makes it out, having to turn around, go back. Now it's having to take a seat. Hey Hey, power jam situation. Weaving their way through. Meeting up against one final blocker, trying to give her. Looks like both jammers are taking a seat. Cinderella back on her feet, coming around. Knocking on the back door of the pack, coming in on the inside. Nice apex jump. As she's coming around yet again for another scoring pass. Both sides full packs. Cinderella taking a little bit of the inside, having to reset. And that is Hey Hey now up against the West Coast wall. Cinderella taking the outside, switching to the inside. Now both jammers out. Both jammers out. And that is Cinderella and Hey Hey knocking on the back door of the pack, coming up. Cinderella trying to make their way out, giving a couple of being out of play, trying to move their way out. Now Hey Hey still having some trouble up against the West Coast defense, coming around, dipsy doodled on him. And Cinderella also coming through. And that is the end of the jam. And with 19 minutes and 8 seconds left in the first half, West Coast Junior Knockouts 53, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 24. As both jammers line up, looks like FoCo is down 2 blockers. West Coast down 1. And that is Grim Reaper taking over lead jammer status, and Skull Crusher also breaking out. Grim Reaper coming around, meeting up against a little bit of blue. Skull Crusher almost made it out, having to reset. taking a bit of a tumble, getting back up. And that is Grim Reaper once again making their way around, coming through, calling the jam. And the old pack skates off and the new pack skates in. As we get ready up for this next jam. And that is Killer Kiwi skating for West Coast, making their way out. And Tornado also skating, trying to make their way out now, having some trouble. Killer Kiwi busting through as lead jammer coming around to make their way out, taking the inside route, scoring on the jam before FoCo Junior Roller Derby gets an opportunity to score. And with 16 minutes and 44 seconds left in the first half, West Coast Junior Knockout 69, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 28. As we get ready to hear that whistle. All right, West Coast Jammer trying to make their way out. Slam I Am with Hey Hey right behind them. Slam I Am being lead jammer. Calling the jam before anybody has a chance to score. I think I misspoke. West Coast got 1 point. FoCo Junior Roller Derby got 3 points. So with 15 minutes and 41 seconds left in the first half, West Coast Junior Knockout 70, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 31. And that is Skull Crusher skating for West Coast and Cinderella waiting for the West Coast. Skull Crusher taking a seat, setting up a power jam situation for Cinderella as she gets a little help from her friends trying to get out of that pack. She was going it alone for a second, but she got by with a little help from her friends as she comes around. Skull Crusher up off the seat, getting ready to be called back in. And Skull Crusher getting their way by the pack. Coming in on another scoring run. Skull Crusher finally making their way out as well. They're coming around for their first scoring run. Cinderella trying to weave through. Calling the jam. 11-point jam on the part of the Junior Knockouts. And it looks like we have an official timeout happening. Everybody's going to take a seat. So who here is from out of town? Anyone? How have you been finding Atlanta? I guess not so good, I guess, given by the smattering of applause. The only thing I will tell you is the world of Coca-Cola is not worth it. Unless you really like soda, World of Coca-Cola is not worth it. On the other hand, Center for Puppetry Arts, definitely worth it. Especially if you like Muppets. You have to go there. All right, enough of my yakking about tourist traps. Everybody's online. We got Grim Reaper. I can spot Grim Reaper skating for the knockouts. And a yet unidentified FoCo Junior roller derby skater. Who I'm sure is a wonderful and skilled person in her own right, or their own right. Looks like we're still in the midst of that official timeout because they're having some last-minute discussions. All right, we are back on the track. Official timeout also over. Now, coming right back to it. Both jammers on the line, both packs lined up, full strength. Whistle blows, and there they go. Both skaters weaving their way through. Grim Reaper meeting up against a touch of blue. Meanwhile, Tornado taking a seat, unfortunately, catching a cutting penalty. Living Grim Reaper wide open to do a power jam. Skating by the pack. Grim Reaper going around one more time with some assistance from the West Coast pack. Grim Reaper's taking another run. Tornado's on her feet, ready to come back in. And that is Grim Reaper once again making their way in. Tornado trying to skate by the pack. Nice little bit of recycling on the part of West Coast. Grim Reaper, though, making another pass. Calling the jam. 20-point jam on the part of the West Coast Junior Knockouts. It looks like we have Slam I Am skating for the West Coast. And I think Hey Hey skating for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Slam I Am pushing her way through. Having to take a seat now, creating a power jam situation for FoCo. Hey Hey knocking her way around. Being helped to the outside by a West Coast defender. Finally making it through, taking lead jammer status. Meanwhile, Slam I Am up on her feet. Hey Hey trying to make her way out. Touch of Blue trying to get her through. Hey Hey trying to push people out of play. Slam I Am knocking on the back door of that pack. Hey Hey making it out on her scoring run. Slam I Am breaking free of the pack on her own. And Slam I Am and Hey Hey both a little tied up. Both defenses making a solid wall up against these jammers. Nice defensive work on the part of both teams. 19 seconds left in the jam. Meanwhile, both teams both jammers having a hell of a time trying to break their way out. And with 3 seconds left in the jam clock, FoCo Junior Roller Derby calling the jam. And we have yet another official timeout. All right, it looks like we have Killer Kiwi on the line for the West Coast. And I wish to apologize for Fort Collins because just the way it's all set up, I can't see who the jammer is, so I don't know who it is beforehand. Unless I recognize them. And then coming up after this game, around 7 o'clock, we have the Fort Walton Bombers meeting the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. And if after this you want to look for a place to eat, Buford Highway is an excellent choice. All up and down. It is the international section of Atlanta. Lots of Mexican food, Vietnamese food, Chinese food, Korean food. Anything else you want. I'm told that you can get a great banh mi out there. I don't know where. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know. They must be the jammer. They must be their main jammer. It's wonderful, beautiful, amazing person. I change it every time. Yeah, there you go. You told me something. Well, you know, I've been doing this for a while. I first did it in LA. I don't go there. I was with JRDA. Uh-huh. All right, we're all getting settled. And I believe it is Skull Crusher on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. And Grim Reaper breaking her way out, taking lead jammer status. Skull Crusher hung up a little bit. And that is Killer Kiwi pushing their way through with Skull Crusher coming up against that pack. Almost being helped to the outside, but managing to maintain and scrape her way through. But before she gets a chance to score, Killer Kiwi calling the jam. And that is Cinderella skating for the West Coast. And Tiny Tornado, maybe? I'll find out in just a moment. Looks like we have an official timeout. All right, we're back out to the lineup. Whistle blows, and there they go. Cinderella making their way out, taking lead jammer. Tiny Tornado getting help to the infield. Nice one-legged skate around on the part of Cinderella. Meanwhile, Tiny Tornado trying to find the inside track, making their way out as well. Cinderella coming around the outside. Tiny Tornado not far behind, calling the jam. And with 7 minutes and 49 seconds left in the first half, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 121, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 35. And it looks like we have Sami Slam on the line for the West Coast. And I think Hey skating for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Sami Slam coming up against the pack of blue. And that is Hey finally making it around, taking lead jammer. Sami Slam knocked up against a couple of FoCo defenders. Finally getting knocked out of play. Hey knocking on the back door of the pack outside. And she is resetting and she's making her way through. Meanwhile, Sami Slam pushing on the pack, trying to power their way through. Both jammers having some difficulty. Sami Slam making their way out with Hey calling the jam. And it looks like we have Killer Kiwi skating for the West Coast. And I think Skull Crusher skating for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Two FoCo defenders having a seat. Making their way out. Killer Kiwi comes up against the two. Tries to bite their way out. FoCo defense knocking her through. Skull Crusher making their way out, taking lead jammer. Killer Kiwi finally shaking off that last defender, while Skull Crusher presses their way through. And Killer Kiwi making their way out. And Skull Crusher calling it. Tiny Tornado landing up for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Looks like we have an official review. I believe a challenge on the part of FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Both coaches up discussing their matters with the officials. And in just a moment, we'll see what the results of that official review is. I'm not in control of that. It's raining man. Hallelujah. It's raining man. Amen. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna let myself get absolutely soaking wet. It's raining man. And if you'll all notice my oldest daughter hiding her face as behind the black clacker fan. And I'm sure my youngest child, oh, nope, she's up there. They're up there as well. Pretending that I don't exist. Okay, everybody with me. It's a raining man. Hallelujah, it's a raining man. Amen. No? The Weather Girls? Written by Paul Schaefer? No? But I bet you all know that Baby Shark song. I'm not going to say it. I'm just saying that everybody knows it. All right, we're 5 seconds on the track. We have Tiny Tornado skating for FoCo Junior Roller Derby and Cinderella for the West Coast. Whistle blows. There they go. Tiny Tornado dipsy doodling her way out. Cinderella not far behind her, but Tiny Tornado taking lead jammer. coming in on the inside, going around the outside. Cinderella straight down. Tiny Tornado calling the jam. And it looks like we have Grim Reaper on the line for West Coast. And Hey skating for FoCo Junior Roller Derby, but Grim Reaper making their way out. Hey not far behind as both jammers make their way around the track. And that was Grim Reaper doing a nice little spin with a nice little bit of offense on the part of the West Coast defense. Both jammers scoring 3 points in that with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left in this first half. It's West Coast Junior Knockouts 136, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 50. And I believe that is Tiny Tornado skating for FoCo. And Cinderella skating, breaking out. Tiny Tornado having to reset. Just when she thinks she got out, the nice apex junk on the part of Cinderella. Tiny Tornado taking the inside turn. Juking by. And that's Cinderella making their way out, calling the jam. Before FoCo Junior Roller Derby gets a chance to score. All right, both jammers on the line, making their way out. That is Killer Kiwi taking lead jammer status with Hey also breaking their way out. The rest of the West Coast defense making their way on. And the jam got called, but West Coast Junior Knockouts got to put 4 more points on the board. So with 1 minute and 19 seconds left in this first half, West Coast Junior Knockouts 148, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 50. As we get in, which will very likely be the last jam, with Grim Reaper skating for the knockouts, taking lead jammer status. And Tiny Tornado wrestling their way out, trying to spin their way through it. Meanwhile, FoCo's defense setting up. Looks like Grim Reaper having to take a seat, giving Tiny Tornado an ability to just score. Tiny Tornado making their way out, trying to make their way out. Comes through on the scoring pass. Both teams are set up. Grim Reaper now back on the field. I don't think I should say that. All right, Tiny Tornado having to reset, as well as Grim Reaper. They made their way out. And it looks like Tiny Tornado will be taking a seat, setting up Grim Reaper for a power jam situation. 30 seconds left on the clock in the end of regular time in this first half. Grim Reaper trying to make her way around. And now Grim Reaper having to take a seat as well. And that will call it, taking us to the half with West Coast Junior Knockouts 159, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 56. We'll be back in 15.
Oh, you can turn it, Jared. You can turn it off if you want.
I'll check the monitor. Sure.
All right, let me know. Yeah. You want her? Yeah. I got you.
All right, welcome back to the second half of the 5 o'clock game where the West Coast Junior Knockouts currently lead the FoCo Junior Roller Derby 159-56 here at the Forrest Fleming Arena in beautiful Doraville, Georgia. Is everyone enjoying themselves out there? Really? Is everyone really enjoying themselves? Or are you just saying that to make me feel better?
Mostly good. It's just everyone's on it like you feel like second.
Shame, I was going to take over and play there. It's Raining Men. All right, we're back. And I believe we have Skull Crusher on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. And Grim Reaper taking lead jammer status for the West Coast. Skull Crusher making their way out. Both teams down a blocker. As Grim Reaper scores on the pack, calls the jam. We have Tiny Tornado on the line for FoCo. And I believe that is Killer Kiwi on the line for West Coast. Tiny Tornado spinning their way out, taking lead jammer status. But Killer Kiwi breaking her own way out. As both jammers knock on the back door of the pack, trying to make their way out. Tiny Tornado almost making it out, having to reset. Killer Kiwi now up against a little wall of blue. And Tiny Tornado once again winding their way through the West Coast defense. And that is Killer Kiwi making their way out. And Skull Crusher baking her way through the West Coast defense as well. Tornado taking the inside route, skating by. Meanwhile, Killer Kiwi still having a little trouble. Tiny Tornado coming around. Finally calling the jam. And with 27 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game, West Coast Junior Knockouts 171 FoCo Junior Roller Derby 70. And that is Cinderella on the line for West Coast. It's Tornado. Not Tornado. I don't know where that came from. All right, Cinderella making their way out, almost being helped to the inside. And that is Hey Hey. Busting their way through. Cinderella making one last pass, breaking out. That's why. It looks like we have number 5, Tornado, on the line. And Grim Reaper. And both skaters trying to make their way through. Nice little bit of defense. Grim Reaper almost thought she sidestepped, but she is taking a seat. Tornado now making their way out, having some difficulty. Tornado taking the inside, finally making their way out as well. Knocking on the back door of the pack. Up against the West Coast defense, making their way around. Putting a scoring run. And that is Grim Reaper heading on the inside, making their way out with Tornado also out of the pack. Tornado calling the jam. At this time, I wish to apologize to Tornado for calling her Tiny Tornado. Somebody handed me something that had Tiny Tornado written on it, so I thought that was your name. All right, looks like we got Hey Hey on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. And I believe that is Killer Kiwi. Yep, that is Killer Kiwi for West Coast. Both skaters jiggling their way through, trying to make it around. Killer Kiwi breaking through first. But Hey Hey not far behind. Killer Kiwi calling the jam with an immense amount of force. We have Cinderella on the line for West Coast. And Hey Hey on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. All right, whistle blows. There they go. Cinderella and Hey Hey. Hey Hey knocking their way around. Cinderella shoots out of the pack as well. Hey Hey comes around, taking a sidestep, almost making it out before getting elbowed. And then Hey Hey calls the jam. And with 22 minutes and 32 seconds left in the game, we have an official timeout. We have a team timeout, West Coast. It did say official timeout for a second. I'm sorry. It's okay. All right, that was a West Coast timeout as they have a little chat, checking out how everybody's doing. All right. Timeout is over. We are back on the track. All right, that is Skull Crusher on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. But Grim Reaper passing out of the pack like it was standing still, and I guess it was there for a second. Skull Crusher breaking out just as Grim Reaper scores on the pack. Calls the jam. And we have Tornado on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. All right, both jammers making their way out. West Coast jammer finally breaking through. Killer Kiwi. Meanwhile, Tornado's having a little trouble. Trying to weave their way back around. Meanwhile, Killer Kiwis making their way out. Tornado trying to spin their way through, having some difficulty. Hitting the infield. And it looks like Tornado is taking a medical timeout as she gets checked up by our attending first responders as we hit an official timeout. All right, we're still in the midst of this official timeout in the 5 o'clock game at the Forrest Fleming Arena here in Doraville, Georgia, where the West Coast Junior Knockouts lead the FoCo Junior Roller Derby at a score of 181 to 82. And coming up, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby versus Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers. Be sure to stay for that. And that is 5 seconds on the track, I think. There we go. Whistle blows. There they go. There goes Hey Hey and Cinderella. Both skaters trying to find a little bit of daylight. Keep getting the door shut in their face like the Fuller Brush Man. Hey Hey finally making it around the outside, being helped to the outside by the defense. Cinderella finally shakes and bakes her way out. But Hey Hey not far behind them. And Cinderella meets up against the FoCo defense, decides to call the jam. We have Skull Crusher on the line for FoCo. And Grim Reaper on the line for the West Coast. Whistle blows, there they goes. Grim Reaper making their way out as lead jammer. Skull Crusher having a little trouble, but finally able to making a bit of daylight. Grim Reaper with a little bit of backwards one-footed skating, making their way out of the pack, calling the jam. Before Skull Crusher gets a chance to score. All right, that is Cinderella on the line for West Coast. And I believe it is Skull Crusher for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Cinderella breaking their way out. Skull Crusher pushing off the last defender. Unfortunately gets helped to the outside, so has to reset. Cinderella now making their scoring pass. Skull Crusher finally making their way out. Cinderella getting by the defense. Finally calling the jam. And with 17 minutes and 35 seconds left in this game, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 191, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 84. And we have Sam I Slam on the line for the West Coast. And Hey Hey for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby. And that signals an official timeout. So the officials are going to take timeout, hence the name. All right, everybody's lined up. Whistle blows, off they goes. Both jammers hitting the back of the pad. Hey, sneaking her way through, making her way out. Semi Slam trying to come around the outside, then the inside, having to take a seat for an arms block. Meanwhile, Hey scoring on the inside, being lead jammer. Power jam situation, giving FoCo Junior Roller Derby an important thing to put some important points on the board. Both packs readying themselves for the onslaught. Hey being held to the outside, calling the jam. All right, both skaters on the line. Tornado for FoCo Junior Roller Derby and Killer Kiwi on the line for West Coast. Both feeling the outside. Killer Kiwi taking a sidestep, trying to make their way out. Meanwhile, Tornado still having a little trouble. All right. Killer Kiwi shakes out the inside. Comes around for another storing pass. Tornado still up against that West Coast defense. Killer Kiwi making it out, coming around for another scoring run. Tornado continues to have some difficulty. But now, Killer Kiwi catching a penalty, having to take a seat, getting a power jam situation for Tornado and the FoCo Junior Roller Derby. But the defense having some trouble. Seems like the West Coast defense has Tornado's number, and they are calling it extensively. Killer Kiwi is back on the track. 9 seconds left in the jam. Killer Kiwi having to take seat yet again. Meanwhile, Tornado breaking out, making their way through. Jam clock runs out. We have Hey on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby, and Killer Kiwi taking a seat for setting up a power jam situation. But now we have an official timeout. I just wanted an explanation. Game was like, I can't play anymore, so I just wanted to know why. I can't play anymore, so I wanted to know why. All right, people are back on the track as we get ready for the next jam with Hey Hey on the line for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby and Killer Kiwi having to take a seat. Power jam situation. Hey Hey trying to set themselves up, getting helped to the ground by the defense. Skates their way out, takes lead jammer. Lightning McQuinn having a little difficulty with their skate. Hey Hey breaking out, scoring on the pack. Meanwhile, Killer Kiwi trying to find some daylight, keeps running up against the pinch of blue. Hey Hey breaking out. Killer Kiwi finally breaking their way out of the pack as well. And both skaters making their way around. Killer Kiwi shaking off Skull Crusher. Catching a cut, cutting the track penalty, taking a seat. Meanwhile, Hey Hey scoring, making another pass. 26 seconds left on the jam. Hey Hey, only scoring jammer on the field. Both sides trying to make their way out. Hey Hey taking the inside, scoring on the pack yet again. And that's the jam. And with 11 minutes and 25 seconds left in this game, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 199, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 22. Both skaters are on the line. We have Tornado for FoCo Junior Roller Derby and Cinderella for the West Coast. Cinderella having to reset. Almost made her way out. Tornadoes twisting up a storm, trying to get by that defense. And Cinderella makes their way out, taking lead jammer. Tornado keeps meeting up against that West Coast defense. Cinderella taking the outside, going directly through. Tornado making their way out, but not before Cinderella calls the jam. And we have Grim Reaper on the line for West Coast. And Hey Hey for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. All right, whistle blows. There they goes. Started out from a low standing start. And that is Semi Slam skating for West Coast, taking lead jammer with Hey Hey breathing down their neck. Semi Slam taking a little bit of calling the jam. And then taking a little bit of a hit. Tornado on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. And the West Coast Junior Knockout skater making their way around. That is riled up a new jammer on the part of the West Coast Junior Knockouts. This is the first time this is her first jam in the game. Tornado having a little trouble. Riled up, making their way around. Looks like Tornado had a little problem with her wheels. But riled up calls the jam. Grim Reaper seems to be on the line for the West Coast Junior Knockouts. And not Yaya, Hey Hey on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. As we hit an official timeout. And if you notice, we'll see some famous roller derby dancing out on the floor. Dancing in roller derby goes way back. I don't know if you know this, but in Austin, where it started, again, they used to have dance-offs on a regular basis. And the dance-off would decide who got to take the penalty and who did not. True story. You don't see that in Whip It. Whip It's the roller derby movie. Who here has seen Whip It? By applause. You can applaud. The only other one is Kansas City Bombers, and it's a little depressing. You could take a pass on it. All right, that is Hey Hey skating for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby, and Grim Reaper on the line for the West Coast. And Grim Reaper taking lead jammer. Meanwhile, Hey Hey breaking their way out. Grim Reaper doing some hand signals, calling the jam. And with 7 minutes and 15 seconds left in this game, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 211, 213, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 126. Cinderhella's on the line for the junior knockouts. And Tornado is on the line for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Looks like Cinderhella caught a penalty. She'll be taking a seat for the next little bit. Tornado taking it, having to reset. 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the jam. Tornado having to have a chance to set yet again. Getting by a little help of her friends. As the FoCo defense knocks around. Cinderhella now knocking on the back door of the pack as well. Here comes Tornado. Being helped to the inside. And Cinderhella's up against the pinch of blue. Taking the outside. Scoring pass, I believe. But Tornado also scoring on the jam this time around. Cinderhella doing yet another pass. All right, both skaters skating around, coming around for a scoring pass. Cinderhella taking the inside track. Tornado starting on the outside, taking the inside, continuing to run up against the West Coast defense. And the jam got called. And we have Grim Reaper on the line for the West Coast Junior Knockouts. And I believe Skull Crusher. Grim Reaper makes her way out easily through the pack. Meanwhile, Skull Crusher having to reset. Grim Reaper shakes off a block as they make a scoring pass. And Skull Crusher finally making their way out. Grim Reaper trying to get it trailblazed. Calls the jam. With 3 minutes and 35 seconds left in the game, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 233. FoCo Junior Roller Derby 138. With Grim Reaper taking a seat. She did a no-no. You did a no-no. What? You did a no-no. That's why you're sitting there. And that is Hey Hey on the line for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby. In a power jam situation, Hey Hey knocking around, finally busting out, taking lead jammer status. Since she is the only one scoring. But it gives her an opportunity with 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the jam. But Grim Reaper's up and about to be let back in. Now Hey Hey will be taking a seat as Grim Reaper now gets a chance to put some points on the board with 1 minute and 15 seconds left in the jam. He takes the inside track where there was no defense, making their way through. All right, Grim Reaper knocking their way around, making their way out of the pack. Oh, now she is taking a seat. But as she takes a seat, Hey Hey enters the fray. 40 seconds left in the jam clock. Hey Hey comes around for another scoring run. 30 seconds left in the jam. Hey Hey makes her way around. Finally pushes her way through after a scoring pass. Grim Reaper back in the game. Easily making it by the pack. And that is the end of the jam. And with 1 minute and 1 second left in the game, it is West Coast Junior Knockouts 240, FoCo Junior Roller Derby 147. And this will probably be the last jam. So whoever you're rooting for, they will do better the louder you cheer. It has been clinically proven. So please root for your favorite team. This is your last chance. Skull Crusher on the line for FoCo Junior Roller Derby. Cinderella skating for the West Coast Junior Knockouts. Skull Crusher breaking out, taking lead jammer. Cinderella breaking out on their own. 12 seconds left in the game. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the jam. And the jam up. We are now at the unofficial score. West Coast Junior Knockouts 243, FoCo Junior Roller Derby. All we need to do now is to have them call it. All right, we're just waiting for the officials to make it official, which is why they're called officials. But as it stands now, it looks like West Coast Junior Knockouts have won this game and will be heading on to the next round. And please stay tuned. After this game, we have the Fort Walton Bombers versus the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. All right, there they go. The West Coast Junior Knockouts, winners of this game. All right, they make a London Bridge. Enough for the FoCo Junior Roller Derby to make their way through. They did an admirable job out there. Everybody did a fine job. Hold on for just a moment while we announce MVPs and take pictures. Remember, right after this, Fort Walton Bombers versus Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. Starting at around 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I love that. You know, it's I think yeah, I really
All right, please stand by. Please stand by for the MVP announcements. As the Fort Walton Bombers and Atlanta Junior Roller Derby both get ready for their next game. You could tell me who the MVP. Oh, well, I guess maybe. All right, then hold on a second. Can you hand me that pen over there? Who are your MVPs?
Number 16.
10 for Denver, that is Cinderella. And 69, which is Jams for blocker. Thank you. All right, in just a moment, we'll be getting the MVPs for both teams.
All three of us two.
Two.
Okay.
Blocker, jammer.
Okay, so for jammer, we're going to do 28.
Okay.
And then blocker, we're going to do 3.
Blocker, jammer. Number 3 is Skilla.
Yeah, that's why I told you sometimes they don't get the award.
Okay, thank you guys. Okay, please assemble for the MVP awards.
Over here to score, we've been doing.
Okay.
And then we want one with, I guess, West Coast. Then we added FoCo.
Okay, so when... What? Well, I need the awards. I need the actual... Somebody needs to give them the actual awards. I don't have them. I just announced them. All right, if your name is announced as the MVP, please come over by the scoreboard to have your picture taken. We will first announce the FoCo Junior Roller Derby MVPs. For Jammer, number 28, Hey. And for Blocker, number 3, Spilla. And for the West Coast Knockouts, Best Jammer or MVP Jammer, Cinderella, number 10. And MVP Blocker, 69, Nikki Jams. All right, I believe that's it for the game. Be back here around 7 for our next game. Atlanta Junior Roller Derby versus Fort Walton Bombers. I've been Rock Roland. See you then. where in just a few minutes we're going to be seeing the Fort Walton Bombers skate against the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. Let me take a moment to announce who the skaters are. That for the Fort Walton Bombers, at number 12, it is Honeybee. Number 13, Dragon. 2008, Dusty Mars. At number 22, Notorious. 26, Ricky Bobby. 27, Hippie Fit. At number 3, Potato. At number 36, Bugs. At number 410, Luck Jinx. At number 666, Lucky. At number 7, Mayzilla. At number 9, Chupacabra. And your captain, Alexandra Slamilton. With coaches Nick Vicious, Mishi Gangster, Just Mary, and Miss Polly. Everyone, the Fort Walton Bombers. And now for your Atlanta Junior Roller Derby at number 10, Rainbow Smash. At number 101, Verminator. At number 14, Gorticia Adams. At number 15, Stella Mayhem. Number 17, Fever Dream. 1946, Killer Queen. 1954, Wreck and Roll. At number 20, Doom. At number 22, Skull Crusher. At number 27, Ruby Slipper. Number 44, Avalanche. At number 7, Hurricane. At number 78, Space Invader. And your captains, Dread Robin and Rotten Peach. And your alternate, 666, Battle Juice. And 813, Scream Queen. With coaches, Thumper, Human Missile Crisis, and Mac Attack. They are your Atlanta Juniors Roller Derby. We'll be back in a couple of minutes to start it all off. All right, everyone, we're about to get underway. Looks like on the line for the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby is Rainbow Smash. And Dusty Mars is on the line for Fort Walton. Whistle blows, there they goes. And it is Dusty Mars taking lead jammer status. Rainbow Smash having a little bit of trouble. Dusty Mars trying to come in on her pass. Running up against the Atlanta defense. Rainbow Smash trying to figure out her way through. Finally breaking out. Meanwhile, Dusty Mars feeling the pressure a little bit, calling the jam. Putting 2 points on the board. It looks like we had Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. And an as yet identified jammer for Fort Walton. I will be able to let her know in a moment. Stella Mayhem breaking their way out. Fort Walton jammer still having a little bit of trouble. Stella Mayhem pushing their way through. And that was Pertato giving a star pass to Ricky Bobby. Ricky Bobby hitting the inside run. Putting score on the board. And Stella Mayhem calls the jam. Looks like on the line we have Gorticia Adams skating for the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. And Lucky on the line for the Fort Walton Bombers. Whistle blows, there they goes. Both jammers trying to find a little bit of daylight. Gorticia Adams helped to the infield by the Fort Walton defense. Gorticia Adams breaks out, makes their way through, but Lucky also out like a shot as both jammers knocking on the back door of the pack. And Gorticia Adams calls the jam in classic hit it and quit it style. Putting 2 more points on the board. Looks like we have Dread Robin on the line for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. And the Fort Walton jammer, who I'll identify as soon as they go by this first turn. It is Dusty Mars skating for Fort Walton. As both jammers jockey for position, trying to find a little bit of daylight. Dread Robin a little bit ahead. Finally shakes off the last of the defenders. Pulls their way out. And Dusty Mars taking off the star to give it a pass. To pass it on to Ricky Bobby. Unfortunately, now Dread Robin will be taking a seat. Ricky Bobby knocking on the back door of the pack, trying to put some points on the board. One minute left in the jam. Still time. Ricky Bobby having some trouble trying to find a little bit of daylight. Ricky Bobby scoring on the pack. 40 seconds left in the jam as Ricky Bobby takes a tumble with the help of Fever Dream. Red Robin almost making their way out of the pack, having to turn around. And there goes Dread Robin breaking out of the pack as well, right behind Ricky Bobby. Both skaters putting points on the board. Dread Robin making their way around. 5 seconds left in the jam. All right, that is the end of the jam. And with 24 minutes and 15 seconds left in the half, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 18, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 15. Gortisha Adams on the line once again for Atlanta. And Ricky Bobby will be taking a seat, setting up a power jam situation as Gortisha Adams makes their way through, gets help to the infield. Does a turnaround, unfortunately has to reset. And Ricky Bobby is now off the bench and heading to the pack, catching an elbow from Rotten Peach. Gortisha Adams finally breaking out, taking lead jammer. Ricky Bobby having some trouble trying to get around the defense, led by Rotten Peach. Gortisha Adams, hands on the hips, trying to call the jam, succeeded. And it looks like we're going to go scoreless in this one. Oh, nope, 2 points for the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. My mistake. We have Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby and Lucky skating for the Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers. Whistle blows, there they goes. Both Stella Mayhem and Lucky jockeying out. Lucky squeaking through with Stella Mayhem following not far behind. 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this jam. Stella Mayhem making their way through, scoring on the pack. Both skaters, though, made it through, both putting 4 on, leaving a zero-sum game. And it looks like we have a timeout with 21 minutes and 36 seconds left in the first half, with Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 24, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 19. And I believe that is a timeout on the part of the Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers. All right. It's time to start back on the track. I believe it is Dusty Mars skating for the Fort Walton Bombers and Rainbow Smash skating for Atlanta. And Dusty Mars breaking out, being the first person taking lead jammer. And we have a ref down. And that is Rainbow Smash doing a nice little back bit to make their way out. Dusty Mars calling the jam. We have Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta. And Stella Mayhem breaks her way out, takes lead jammer. Meanwhile, the Fort Walton jammer having a little trouble, having some difficulty getting started. Stella Mayhem shaking and baking her way around. It looks like Potato having some difficulty getting through. She's got the star off, looking to make a pass, and makes it, handing it over to Ricky Bobby. Stella Mayhem also breaking out, calling the jam before giving Ricky Bobby a chance to put any points on the board. That is Gortisha Adams on the line for Atlanta, and Lucky on the line for Fort Walton. Everybody lines up. Whistle blows, off they goes. Gortisha Adams sneaking her way through, but Lucky also trying to find a bit of daylight. Gets down, gets back up again. It looks like that Gortisha Adams caught a forearm penalty. And Lucky breaking out, taking over lead jammer. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the jam. As the Atlanta defense forms up, getting ready for the onslaught from Lucky. Lucky skates by him, puts points on the board. As Lucky comes around to make another pass. Snakes her way through. She gets knocked down, gets back up again, Chumbawamba-like. Gortisha Adams trying to make it through, makes it through. But Lucky is lead jammer. She's calling the jam. Refs took a second to finally see it, but they saw it. And they called the jam. And with 17 minutes and 46 seconds left in the first half, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 32, Fort Walton Beach Bombers 30. And we've got a close game here. It's time for the Rock Rollin' famous poll. Who is rooting for Fort Walton? Who is rooting for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby? Who just likes roller derby? And who has wandered in off the street and has no idea who they are or where they are? You're at the Forrest Fleming Arena in Doraville, Georgia. You might want to call somebody. It looks like we have Rotten Peach on the line for Atlanta in our next jam. And Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton. Both teams are down one blocker. All right, there goes the whistle. We're back from the timeout. Everybody's lining up. Whistle blows, off they goes. Rotten Peach shakes off the defense like a cold. Dusty Mars also heading sit, but Rotten Peach shaking, making her way around. Here comes Dusty Mars hitting up against Rainbow Smash. Rotten Peach shaking it yet again. Dusty Mars trying to find a little bit of daylight, not. Finds Atlanta closing the door on her. And Rotten Peach skating around. All right, she breaks through the defense. As she makes another, both skaters take another run. The defenses form up. And Dusty Mars makes her way through. Rotten Peach starts to try, calls the jam. And with 16 minutes and 15 seconds left in the half, it is Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 54, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 46. We have Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta. And Potato on the line for Fort Walton. No. My mistake. It is Jinx. Skating for Fort Walton, taking lead jammer. Stella Mayhem, though, finally breaking their way out. Ricky Bobby trying to put a big hit on Stella Mayhem. Shakes it off. Red Robin on the line for Fort Walton. And Potato skating for Fort Walton. Queen bench, full pack, can't lose. All right, Potato breaking their way out. Red Robin almost did, but then got help to the outside by the Fort Walton defense. Meanwhile, Potato's knocking on the back door of the pack. Coming around. Calls the jam. Stella Mayhem's on the line for Atlanta. And Dusty Mars is on the line for Fort Walton. Full packs out there. Whistle blows, off they goes. Stella Mayhem trying to sidestep up the side. Taking everybody down with him. Stella Mayhem knocking their way through. Once again, Ricky Bobby getting the star. Stella Mayhem taking their way around. Ricky Bobby coming through, getting a series of points. Stella Mayhem scores on their own. Ricky Bobby scoring on the pack again. Stella Mayhem going up the middle, shaking off the pack, calling the jam. And with 13 minutes and 2 seconds left in the first half, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 69, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 62. Gortisha Adams on the line for Fort Walton. And Lucky's on the line for Fort Walton. Gortisha Adams for Atlanta. Both skaters find their way in. Lucky breaks their way through. Gortisha Adams starts to make their way in, but it helped to the inside by the defense. Lucky comes up against the pack. Gortisha Adams once again makes their way out, hits the wall, finally breaks out. Lucky calls the jam. That was good for 4 points. And with 12 minutes left in the half, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 66, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 66. Dusty Mars on the line for the Fort Walton Bombers. Dread Robin for Atlanta. Skull Crusher taking a seat. And Dusty Mars breaking out, taking lead jammer. Dread Robin shaking their way through. 1, 2, 1. She breaks through. Dusty Mars calls the jam. Putting 3 points on the board, making this a tie game. Rotten Peach on the line for Atlanta. And Fort Walton also on the line. Rotten Peach out, taking lead jammer. And that is Jinx on the line for Fort Walton, taking a seat. Rotten Peach breaking out, putting points on the board. Ass call. Jinx having a little trouble, finally seeing a little daylight, making their way out. And Rotten Peach catching a penalty, creating a power jam situation for Jinx. And Jinx having trouble getting help to the outside. Getting past Ferminator and Stella Mayhem. 45 seconds left in the jam. As the Atlanta defense forms up to try to take care of Jinx. Verminator throwing her a shoulder. That is Rotten Peach on the line, trying to make their way through as well. It looks like Rotten Peach caught a forearms penalty, as she will take a seat. And Jinx trying to find their way around the Atlanta defense, stopping her. And once again, oh, wait. And now Fort Walton takes the lead, 77 to Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 73. There's Lucky on the line for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby, and we have a timeout called on the part of Atlanta. And both teams are in the middle of strategizing, trying to figure out. This is an official timeout, as both teams try to figure out what they're going to do next in this next jam. All right, on the line is Lucky. Unfortunately, Rotten Peach will be taking a seat, starting this as a power jam situation. Still in the midst of an official timeout. Though it looks like everybody's setting up ready, getting ready for that whistle to blow. As Lucky demonstrates some of her skating skills and her ability to fall on her knees. Tries to figure out how they're going to be proceeding. And I'm sure the Fort Walton defense trying to figure out how to break it all up so that Lucky can get through. And Rotten Peach giving the thumbs up to her coach. Helmets are on. Lines up. Everyone's lined. Whistle blows, off she goes. Lucky saw the bit of daylight, made their way through. As they come around, Lucky comes around trying to make their way. Hits up against the wall of red. Trying to push their way out. Killer Queen finally making it. Rotten Peach skating around. Now Lucky's taking a seat, giving Rotten Peach a chance to put points on the board. All she needs is one pass, trying to make her way around. Once she scores on that pack, the score is tied, and there's still a 1 minute and 5 seconds left in the jam. Plenty of time to put points on the board. A little bit of a shift, and there goes another 4 points. All right, and once again, Rotten Peach scores with 35 seconds left in the jam, still time. He hits up, and now Lucky also on the line. She's knocked on the back door of the pack. Atlanta defense refusing to let her in, but suddenly she is in. And that's the jam. And with 6 minutes and 4 seconds left in this half, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 93, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 81. Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton. Red Robin on the line for Atlanta, and we have an official review. A challenge, I believe it is from Fort Walton. Who's been here all day? We appreciate every moment you put in. And can we all take a moment to give thanks to all of our lovely volunteers? Without them, you wouldn't have merch. It would be a very boring place. Volunteers make things better because this is an all-volunteer organization. I think they both are. Fort Walton's all a volunteer, correct? God bless every single one of them. And all of the Derby parents who drag their children everywhere. Your children need to thank you more. This is for all the skaters out there. Thank your parents. Not right now, later. You guys are busy right now, I see. But when it's all over, just say thanks to your parents and thanks for everything they do and for supporting you. Gortisha Adams and Rainbow Smash caught in a cute moment by Coach Thumper. All right, here we are. Dusty Mars, Fort Walton, Dread Robin, Atlanta. Fort Walton down a blocker. Whistle's blown, off they goes. Dusty Mars almost getting knocked to the infield, but not quite. Making their way out, taking lead jammer. Dread Robin also now out. Making their way through. Dusty Mars putting 3 points on the board. Stella Mayhem on the line for Fort Walton. What am I talking about? Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta. Lucky on the line for Fort Walton. Whistle blows, off they goes. Both jammers hitting the pack. Stella Mayhem trying to push their way through. Lucky taking a bit of a tumble. Stella Mayhem breaking out, taking lead jammer. Lucky, though, out right behind her. As both jammers start knocking on the back door of the pack. And Stella Mayhem scores on the pack and calls it in classic hit it and quit it fashion. Fort Walton able to put 2 points on the board, though. And now with 4 minutes and 11 seconds left in the half, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 97, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 86. That is Dread Robin on the line for Atlanta. And I believe that is Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton, getting the thumbs up. I got it correctly. Whistle blows, off they goes. Both jammers hitting the pack. Dusty Mars breaking out. Dread Robin making out. Dusty Mars making a scoring pass. Putting 4 points on the board. Not giving Atlanta a chance to score. And it looks like we have an official review on the part of Atlanta. Is it an official review? Oh, we have an official review used as a timeout. Thank you for the clarification. Could everyone please give an applause for the referees, without whom I wouldn't know what I'm doing, and neither would you. Shh, you don't need to know that. Me too. Well, that's where they find the best refs, at the Buc-ee's. All right, we are out of the timeout. And we have Gortisha Adams on the line for Atlanta. And Gortisha Adams pushing their way through, taking out, getting lead jammer. Hurtado starting to do a star pass. Decides against it. Gortisha Adams, I believe, scoring on the pack. Nope, only scoring 2 points. And with 2 minutes and 38 seconds left in the half, it is Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 99, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 90. Red Robin on the line for Atlanta. Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton. Whistle blows, off they goes. Dusty Mars started to head towards the outside. Red Robin trying to push their way through. Also, both staters up against an admirable defense on the part of both teams. Dusty Mars squeaks out lead jammer, but not by much, as Dread Robin also starts to form up against. And Dusty Mars putting 3 points on the board, calling the jam, not giving Atlanta a chance to score, but she does anyway. 3 points of their own. And with 1 minute and 31 seconds left in this half, it is Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 102, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 93. And both jammers are attacking the side of the pack. And that is Mayzilla skating for Fort Walton, and Avalanche skating for Atlanta. Both first-time jammers in this game. Okay, we have 28 seconds left in this game. This will probably be the last jam. Dread Robin on the line for Atlanta. And Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton. Dusty Mars starting up. We're at the end of regular time. We're just in the jam clock. Dusty Mars coming. Calling the jam. Putting 3 points on the board. And at halftime, it is Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 105, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 100. And that is intermission. We'll be back in 15. And we are back at the Forrest Fleming Arena. Speaking of which, I would like to thank the Forrest Fleming Arena for providing an air-conditioned venue. I think we've all been in enough unair-conditioned warehouses to know that we had it a lot better than that volleyball tournament. Like a lot better. All right. I believe we have Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton. And Gorticia Adams on the line for Atlanta. And we have two people on the bench. Alexandra Slamilton and Rotten Peach, both on the bench, contemplating their place in the life. They've done a no-no. Whistle blows, off they goes. Both jammers jockeying around, trying to find some daylight. Dusty Mars trying to break their way through. Dusty Mars takes lead jammer. Gorticia Adams having some trouble getting started. All right, Dusty Mars almost had a good apex jump. Gorticia Adams taking off the star, putting it back on. Getting up against Ricky Bobby. Gorticia Adams breaking out. 1 minute and 1 second left in this jam. Dusty Mars calling the jam. Leaving a scoreless jam, or this first jam in the second half. Dread Robin on the line for loss for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. And yet unidentified Fort Walton skater skating for Fort Walton. And that is Jinx on the line for Fort Walton. Breaking free, making lead jammer. Dread Robin breaking out not too far behind her. Meanwhile, both jammers knocking on the back door of the pack. Dread Robin, I think, able to put a couple of points on the board. Fort Walton putting 2 points on the board themselves, and 27 minutes and 43 seconds left in the game. Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 108, Fort Walton Beach Bombers 102. Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton. And Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta. Stella Mayhem trying to push their way through, roots their way out. Dusty Mars not far behind her. Both skaters coming around the turn, knocking on the back door of the pack. Both skaters scoring on the pack, now coming for their next run. Stella Mayhem calling the jam. And we have Lucky on the line for Fort Walton and Rainbow Smash for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. All right, Rainbow Smash breaking their way out. Lucky getting up from the ground. All right, Rainbow Smash coming around, scoring on the pack. Meanwhile, Lucky still struggling, trying to get their way through. Apex on the part of Rainbow Smash to score on the pack again. Lucky seems to be having a tough time, but I guess Rainbow Smash caught a cutting penalty. And now both jammers are taking a seat. Rainbow Smash getting up. And Rainbow Smash making their way through, putting more points on the board. "42 seconds left in the jam. Rainbow Smash trying to make their way through, having a little difficulty. Lucky continues to be up against that wall of red. Rainbow Smash finally barreling her way out. Eight seconds left in the jam. And that's the end of the jam. And with 24 minutes and 4 seconds left in the game, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 128, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 111. And it looks like we're going to have a timeout on the part of Florida. Looks like there's a discussion among the coaches and the officials trying to sort something out. All right, looks like there's a big, not argument, but discussion, definitely, over the things that are happening here. I wish there was a good roller derby song that we could all sing. Actually, the one that I always think of is, I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. I think if we could get together and try them out, you see. I've been wandering around the world. You got something I need. Well, I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. I taught my children know that song. That is not Tina Turner, sir. All right, we are at 5 seconds on the track, I believe. There seems to be some kind of official review with Rainbow Smash will be taking a seat, leaving Dusty Mars in a power jam situation. As she scores, tries to put some points on the board. Dusty Mars almost getting through on the pack, but getting help to the inside. Meanwhile, Rainbow Smash back on her feet, skating around the outside. Comes up against a little help. Comes up a little bit against some defense. Dusty Mars having trouble of her own with the Atlanta defense. Calling the jam before Rainbow Smash gets an opportunity to score. Red Robbins on the line for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. And that's Jinx for Fort Walton. Taking lead jammer. Dread Robin not far behind. Jinx calling the jam. Trying to keep Dread Robin from scoring. However, she does put 4 points on the board with Fort Walton putting 3 of their own. And with 21 minutes and 36 seconds left in the game, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 132, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 122. Lucky's on the line for Fort Walton, and Stella Mayhem for Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. Stella Mayhem pushing her way through, taking lead jammer. Lucky moving left, moving right, not finding any daylight. Taking off the star, trying to give it to Potato. Stella Mayhem coming up around for a scoring pass. Stella Mayhem catching a cut penalty, having to take a seat, leaving Lucky open to put points on the board. Lucky comes around for another scoring pack. Runs up against Rotten Peach. Puts her on the ground, but Rotten Peach catches a forearms penalty. A high block penalty. And Stella Mayhem skates back on the ground. On the track. Stella Mayhem putting points on the board. 30 seconds left in the jam. Another Atlanta blocker taking a seat. Lucky skates through the side. It looks like we have another challenge on the part of Atlanta. But with 19 minutes and 11 seconds left in the game, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby with 144. Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 142. All right, we are back. The officials have reviewed. Dusty Mars on the line. And Dread Robin taking lead jammer. All right, Dread Robin catching a penalty. Taking a seat. Meanwhile, Ricky Bobby takes the star. One minute and 18 seconds left in the jam. Still plenty of time to score. Dusty Mars giving that star pass to Ricky Bobby. It working out very well for them. And Dread Robin back in the game. Taking the inside road. 45 seconds left in the jam. They called the jam. And with 17 minutes and 37 seconds left in this game, Atlanta Junior, we have a switch of leads. Fort Walton Beach Junior up, Junior Bombers 153, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 148. Morticia Adams on the line for Atlanta. Hi, Morticia Adams. All right, it looks like we have a timeout. With Ricky Bobby skating over to the somewhat busy med team. All right, looks like we're having one of those slappy games on the part of the Atlanta defense. At least they're not playing that game where you put your hands on top of the other hands and then slap, which is really just an excuse to hit your brother or sister. All right, I believe that is Jinx on the line for Fort Walton and Morticia Adams for Atlanta. Everything's been sorted out as we get ready to start the jam and start this game. where Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers lead the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 153 to 148 with 17 minutes and 28 seconds left in the game. And Gortisha Adams trying to power their way through. Jinx cuts left, cuts right, keeps running up against that defense. Breaks through, takes lead jammer, but catches a cutting penalty and has to take a seat. And Gortisha Adams having to reset. Finding their way through, making it through. 1 minute and 22 seconds left in the jam. As Gortisha Adams comes around trying to make a scoring pass. And it looks like the defense, the Atlanta defense, is trying to help her out. But she has to reset. Meanwhile, Jinx comes back in, but Gortisha Adams calls the jam before she has an opportunity to score. Leaves a scoreless jam. We have Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta. And I believe that is Dusty Mars for Fort Walton. It's always hard to tell when people just stick their arms in places. All right, that is Dusty Mars. Stella Mayhem breaks out. Dusty Mars not far behind her. And Stella Mayhem calls the jam, leaving it yet scoreless. All right, looks like Stella Mayhem will be jamming. All right, Atlanta did not pull up a jammer, so Captain Dread Robin will be taking a seat. And it looks like we have a false start. All right, we're at 5 seconds. All right, whistle blows. There they goes. Lucky breaking out first. Stella Mayhem, though, right behind her. Lucky with about a half track ahead of her. Lucky scoring on the pack. Without giving Stella Mayhem the opportunity to score on her own. And it looks like we have a timeout from Fort Walton. Or is it Atlanta? It would seem the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby dolls are having fun. All right, we're back from timeout. Rotten Peach on the line for Atlanta. And that is Dusty Mars making their way out with Rotten Peach coming not too far behind her. Started to make an apex jump, got caught, decided to call the jam. Lucky's now on the line for Fort Walton. Stella Mayhem for Atlanta. 13 minutes and 34 seconds left in the game. Fort Walton beats Junior Bombers 157. Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 149. Whistle blows, off they go. Stella Mayhem trying to push their way through. Lucky gets lead jammer. I'm sorry, Stella Mayhem got lead jammer. Called the jam before anybody could score. Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton and Dread Robin for Atlanta. Whistle blows, off they go. Dread Robin coming up the middle, trying to find their way around. Taking a step out of side, having to reset. Dusty Mars, likewise. Dread Robin sneaking by, taking lead jammer. Dusty Mars still having some trouble. She's got the star off. Meanwhile, Dread Robin gets out, catches a cutting penalty, having to take a seat. But Dusty Mars having some trouble with the defense. Keep having to reset. Dusty Mars being helped to the infield by Rotten Peach. And here comes Dread Robin coming around, almost getting by the pack. Having to reset. Nice bit of juking on the part of Dread Robin. There was a star pass on the part of Fort Walton to Potato. And Dread Robin has gotten by and is now continuing to score on the pack. And with 10 minutes and 22 seconds left in this game, it is Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 161. Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 161. It is a tie. It looks like we have Abby Licious on the Avalanche. Sorry, I knew another skater named Abulicious. Sorry. Avalanche on the line. I wish to apologize to Abulanche's family for getting it wrong. All right. Whistle blows, off they goes. Avalanche trying to get their way through. But Ricky Bobby takes lead jammer. Ricky Bobby skating by the defense. Finally, Ricky Bobby calling the jam. Putting 6 points on the board for Fort Walton, and now Fort Walton leads Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 167 to 161 with 9 minutes and 24 seconds left in the game. Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta. Stella Mayhem pushing their way, pushing the Fort Walton players out of play. Meanwhile, Jinx finally getting their way out as well. Stella Mayhem easily skating by. Stella Mayhem trying to push their way through the pack. Both skaters pushing their way through. Both skaters making their way around. All right, Stella Mayhem scoring on the pack, calling the jam. And now, with 7 minutes and 39 seconds left in the game, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 173. Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 171. And we have a timeout. And it looks like Coach Thumper is giving everybody on their team a little bump. A thump, if you will. And we are 5 seconds on the track. Dusty Mars on the line for Fort Walton. Rainbow Smash for Atlanta. Both jammers out in front. All right, looks like we have another official timeout. Or a timeout of some kind. All right. It looks like Dusty Mars caught a penalty in that last jam. And they will be starting. Atlanta will be starting in a power jam situation with Abby Lanch as jammer. Trying to squeeze their way through. Abby Lanch almost making it. Coming up against Ricky Bobby. Abby Lanch taking the outside. Dusty Mars now back on the track trying to push their way through. Dusty Mars trying to come up with a scoring pass now. Gortisha Adams taking the star. 55 seconds left in the jam. Gortisha Adams and breaking free of the pack. Meanwhile, Dusty Mars having some trouble getting their way out. "34 seconds left in the jam. Gortisha Adams, Dusty Mars. All right, Gortisha Adams started to call the jam, realized she is not lead jammer. 9 seconds left in the jam. Dusty Mars coming up on a scoring run. And that is the end of the jam. And with 4 minutes and 39 seconds left in the game, it is Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 185, the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 181. All right, we have Lucky on the line for Fort Walton. Atlanta trying to stop her. She takes a tumble. They reform. Lucky trying to find a little bit of daylight. Can't make it through. Rainbow Smash now out of the penalty box. Trying to push their way out. Both jammers struggling to get through. Lucky finally makes it out. Both jammers take a tumble on each other. All right, looks like we have another official timeout for a medic. And with 3 minutes and 5 seconds left in the game, it is Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 187, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 184. It is a very close game. It is what we in the business call a squeaker. I don't know what business that is, though. Dusty Mars was on the line, but without her star. And as we all know, that is very important when it comes to jamming. And that is Avalanche on the line for Atlanta. Dusty Mars breaks free, takes lead jammer. Avalanche right behind her. Dusty Mars scoring on the pack. Taking a tumble. All right, looks like we have Stella Mayhem on the line for Atlanta and Lucky on the line for Fort Walton. Whistle blows, off they goes. Both jammers struggling to get through. Lucky almost made it to the outside, put us. All right, Lucky takes lead jammer, calls the jam. And now with 1 minute and 39 seconds left in the game, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 92, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 184. Rotten Peach on the line for Atlanta. This could be the last jam of the game. And it has been clinically proven that if you cheer for your team, they do better. So please take this opportunity to cheer for your team. And that is Rotten Peach taking the star, handing Fort Walton, Ricky Bobby. Rotten Peach coming around. Skating through. Ricky Bobby scoring on the pack. Rotten Peach catching a penalty. 1 minute and 3 seconds left in the jam. 13 seconds left in the game. And Ricky Bobby is the only jammer left scoring on the field. Verminator and Dread Robin. And Doom. Red Robin knocking Ricky Bobby to the outside. 25 seconds left in the jam. We are out of regular time. "14 seconds left in the jam. Four seconds left on the jam clock. And that is it. With the unofficial score, Fort Walton beats Junior Bombers 207 Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. Now all it's to do is wait for the officials to make it official. All right, it is official. The final score, Fort Walton Beach Junior Bombers 207, Atlanta Junior Roller Derby 192. All right, in just a minute, we're going to hear the MVPs of today's game. All right, we're still waiting on the MVPs. But we'll be here in just a moment. I will announce them as soon as I get them. This is not a hint. Well, maybe it is. Hello. Okay.
Okay, and dread for blocker. Thank you. So we have 36 for blocker. And then 2008.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. It is time to announce the MVPs for the Atlanta Junior Roller Derby. Best blocker, Dread Robin. Oh, if everybody could, when you get announced, if you could come and pose over by the board. And for best jammer, Stella Mayhem. Coming, I'd like to thank the Forrest Fleming Arena, and we'll be back tomorrow. Oh, and there will be team pictures in just a moment. And there they are.